young men. And obviously I don't love so much the stuff he's been doing lately. But so Jordan Peterson comes on. I was curious what his take on the debate was going to be. I knew he was going to get asked. He kind of dodges it. He goes, oh, everybody involved did a really good job, which, first of all, no one on the face of the earth thinks everyone involved.
I don't know why it's lagging. I don't know.
Involved did a very good job.
Right.
There are the range is insane Zionists who think Douglas Murray won and everybody else. Like there's nobody thinks he did a good job and he did a good. But okay, so he dodged that. And then he just goes on a thing about the Groypers. Mm-hmm. Now, he mentions the Groyper. He starts going off on psychopathy and who needs to be kept out and who can be allowed in. And okay, so first of all, the obvious that to me, I was like, well, first off, if we're talking about psychopaths in this context, that's where we go to. Right. There's people who don't like Jews. I mean, like, okay, man, maybe we'll argue about this a little bit later. But like, leaving that aside, because there's the destruction of a people. I mean, like Nikki Haley is signing bombs that are about to be dropped on human beings, and you want to have a conversation about who's a psychopath. And then also I thought, like, to invoke you without mentioning your name, but to mention Groypers, like those are your fans. Like, I mean, it means your fans. So just mention the guys that it'd be like if you were like, there's a real problem with people who listen to Dave Smith's podcast.
Yeah.
They're like, well then say. And so I remember just kind of thinking, like, that just seemed like really unfair. Mm-hmm. Here, you were not a participant in the thing. It wasn't even like a question about, and so it was like kind of, and then just being me, I was like, my first thought was like, Jordan Peterson should, if he's going to say that, he should sit down with Nick Fuentes. And then I was like, you know what? I should sit down with Nick. Like, it's been a while. And then it was something I just kind of kept thinking about. Anyway, it's just a bit of a rant, but that really was what got me.
One of the good things about being independent in media is that you can speak to anybody. If you get absorbed into like the right wing or left wing ecosystem and you're backed by big money, you can only talk to so many people because you're representing a bigger entity and you have to do what's in that larger entity's interest for their approval so you can get their money. So one of the good things, and I respect this about Dave, one of the good things about being an independent media is that you can literally talk to whoever you want. You get your own money from ads and subscriptions and sales, and you're not getting huge, swaths of money being poured into your media. So one of the benefits of being an independent media for sure.
First thinking like, we should do something again.
Yeah. Well, in that debate, I think raised a lot of interesting questions, because it is the thing of the moment, which is that there's been this explosion of inquiry and conversation about Israel, about the Jews, conspiracy.
I got to give him credit. That denim jacket looks badass. This denim jacket, I kind of want one of these. That thing looks fresh.
Surrounding that, the nature of it. The big question I always get asked on my show is like, what is it? What is this thing that's going on? And the reason that this is happening is because the taboo has gone away. There's a few things. There's simultaneously the censorship around the topic has dissipated, and then I think right after the taboo went away, largely because of the war in Gaza. I think people are so outraged it kind of blew the lid on that. And now that kind of is the central question of the role that these personalities play in mediating that. Because I think there's, at this point, a recognition by everybody on the whole planet. There's no denial anymore. Nobody can avoid it. Even Netanyahu's doing damage control with Shapiro. I think that was yesterday. That everybody is talking about this. Everyone's furious. Everyone does not have that conventional pro-Israel thing anymore. And now I feel like there are people like a Peterson or a Shapiro or even a Charlie Kirk, which I'm sure we'll get into, that are trying to they recognize that the reality has already changed.
Yeah.
But they are in denial in a sense, trying to negotiate like what that's going to look like. Because they recognize the old consensus is gone, not coming back. People are not going to be pro-Israel like they were. The genie's not going back in the lamp, the proverbial lamp. But they also recognize that, is there a limiting principle to the conversation? Is there something outside the Overton window? And if you've lost all your credibility, how can you now step in and say, okay, we were lying before, but now go no further? Right. And I think that's, it's an open question where it goes from here that everybody's asking.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think there's, with a lot of those guys, I think there was just a moment that, and I didn't plan on the Douglas Murray thing being that. I'm I'm a libertarian, so I'm half autistic. Like, I'm a day walker, which is why I'm the best libertarian, but I'm half that. And so I just went, oh, dude, we're going to debate the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine. This is great. Like, this is going to be a huge show. It'll be out. And I did not expect it to become a referendum on experts and the new media, partially just because it was such a bad strategy for Douglas. I mean, it was a way to avoid the debate that I think he thought he couldn't win.
Right.
But it wasn't, it was obviously not going to work out well. But one of the things that was kind of interesting in seeing all of these people, especially this kind of why Jordan Peterson coming in was interesting, because he is really, to a lot of people, like, he's almost, especially with young people, who's the core group who Israel's losing. Well, this is a guy who really shaped a lot of young people's minds. And so if anybody was kind of position to be able to reel them back in, it might be him. And even that didn't kind of work. And I think something fundamental to it was that it was like with all these guys, with Sam Harris and
I mean, the problem with the Israel conversation is, like, people have been thinking it for a long time, but the reality of it is, like, look, let's be real here, okay? The only people who were dead set on Israel being America's greatest ally for the longest time, they were all Jewish, okay? It was Ben Shapiro. It was Dennis Prager. These were the people who were really advocating and pushing that Israel is our greatest ally line. It was Bill Kristol. It was Irving Kristol. All these guys are Jews. And the real traditional conservatives, the paleocons, like Pat Buchanan, and all the anti-war guys and the libertarians, they kind of realized, look, the Cold War has ended. We don't really need Israel anymore. And Israel is like a small country with 9 million citizens, 9 million people in their population. 9 million people, their GDP is like $500 billion a year. It's like a fraction of ours. And they're like a small country in the Middle East. They don't have any natural resources, no oil, no gas, no critical minerals, no rare earths. They're just like a small, nothing country in the Middle East, and they don't really serve any purpose for the United States. And it's like, why would we hang? It doesn't make any sense at all. Just logically, it doesn't make sense. When we have various other countries in the region that are far more valuable to our long-term interests as a country. Like, why should we sacrifice our reputation as Americans, as a country, when, like, there's other countries in the region that are more powerful, more influential, and more valuable, like Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, like the UAE, like Qatar? It's like those relationships are just as important, if not more important, than the relationship we have with Israel, Saudi Arabia. So why would we sacrifice all those relationships with Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the Gulf countries so that we can do Israel's wars for them? Just like the value proposition didn't make sense. And like they're making it harder for us to do diplomacy with Iran. We can't pivot to Asia because of them. It's like we don't need Israel anymore. We have peace with all these countries. We have peace with Egypt. We have peace with Saudi Arabia. We have a decent relationship with the Lebanese. Like, Israel is making relationships with all those countries way harder. Like, it's not the Cold War anymore. We don't need Israel to fight against the communists in Egypt or in Sudan or in, in Syria. Like, this isn't 1960 or 1970 anymore. Like, Israel, their use has basically gotten worn out. And like, we're being told in the media that we need them. No, we don't. We can do just fine without Israel. We can give Palestine a state. We can have better relations with all these other Gulf countries and all these other Arab countries. And we can go on about our business as Americans without sacrificing our reputation in the process. It's just a logical.
Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro.
It's just logical.
Your whole calling card was, we have these conversations. We don't shut voices out. You have to win the argument. We're against cancel culture. And then they're like, to watch them going on these tours of like Rogan shouldn't have Daryl Cooper on anymore and all this. You're like, yeah, but come on, dude. Now, what are you? You just kind of you exposed yourself for being exactly what you claim not to be, and that is something that people don't get over easily.
Right. Well, and no one's really on their side on that, because Douglas Murray, when he said, well, have you been to Gaza and all these other
Oh, yeah. That's another thing. Like, the public intellectual, I mean, in all fairness to Jordan Peterson is a real academic. Like, he's a doctor, he's a real scholar, he's a clinical psychologist, he's a highly educated guy. He was a professor, so, credit where credit's due. Jordan Peterson, he has the credentials. Douglas Murray, though, he's like an English. He has like a bachelor's degree in English. He doesn't have a PhD in political science. He doesn't have a PhD in. He's not a historian. He's like a faux sophisticate. He's a pseudo intellectual. Douglas Murray is not an intellectual powerhouse, and he doesn't deserve to be treated like one. He's a hack who's being paid by larger forces to spit and spew pro-Israel propaganda, Hasbara. And once Jordan Peterson took that route, you do lose credibility. Once you sign a contract with the Daily Wire to work for Ben Shapiro, who's like the preeminent Zionist Jew, you lose all credibility. And then when you want to, when the Overton window shifts to the right and the conversation changes and it becomes hypercritical of Israel, you don't all of a sudden get to then come back and say, wait, no, you can't talk about that after you sold out. It just doesn't work like that. You also can't be the guy, as Dave is saying and as Nick is saying, you can't be the guy who's championing debate, championing, intellectual rigor and discourse, and then once the conversation moves away from you, be like, well, those people are no longer valid. We can't have those conversations. It looks weak. It looks very weak. And to be the one guy who's always talking about the left calling people racist, the left using identity politics, the left is the one who's sabotaging the discourse by keeping people from having certain conversations, to then turn around and do that? No, you can't get away with that. You can't pull that card.
Types. The appeal to authority, it's like, in a way, this is just another chapter and kind of like a larger saga that goes back to COVID, Ukraine, Trump even, which is that, we're led to believe that these institutions they have the authority to tell us what's going on and what to think and what's acceptable. And we know that they lied about all that, lied about the facts, the opinions. They were probably not even in good faith. And now they want to come out and tell us, well, but like you said, we can't have that conversation, or Daryl Cooper's too far, or, they're doing the same thing to him that they did to you, where they said, well, you're not a historian. And it's like, okay, well, neither is really anybody. Does anybody have the right to critically think, or to read books or to offer an opinion? Or are we literally just going to be told this is what you're allowed to think because, we're the experts?
Well, it's also the other thing, dude, because I'm like, I got in this, well, I guess not. I mean, you were doing your thing, I think, at the time too, but for whatever reason.
By the way, guys, if you see me looking at my phone, it's just because I'm making sure that the frames aren't dropping. I'm making sure that the audio is good. That's all. Sorry about that. I don't want to distract.
I got in like at not really in, but I was doing shows at Fox News for a while. There were like a few particular hosts who were really good to me and had me on. It was like Kennedy and she had a libertarian show there, so it made sense. And then Greg Gutfeld used to put me on. Tom Shalhoub used to put me on. So this is like back even in the day. And then I've done a bunch of their shows since. And it's like, one of the things that just bugs me about the whole conversation too is you're like, look, I'm not saying there's a lot of garbage online, so I'm not like defending, there's dumb political commentators online. But when you're talking about like the elite level, or like I'm just saying, objectively speaking, I used to do those panels. If you go back and look at any of the panels I was on, you're out there somewhere, it's just always me carving everybody up because they don't know anything.
Right.
Like it was, dude, me and you are, compared to the old guard, elite level. Like they maybe would occasionally get someone in there. Occasionally you'd have Pat Buchanan on a segment. You'd have someone who, like Ron Paul, or someone who really knew what they were talking about. But like every day on cable news. So the idea of being like, well, you're not an expert. Daryl Cooper's not an
I'm gonna
an
turn up
expert.
the
Do you know what you're
quality.
hearing on cable now? Do you know how much more Daryl Cooper knows than 99.99% of people talking about the topic? So there was something about that that really bugged me. But I also think that specifically with Jordan Peterson, I just thought it was like, dude, you're talking about a young man. You know, you're talking about a following of young people. I thought your whole thing was like sticking up for them, not calling them the tetrad of evil or something like that. And not like as if you've done something unforgivable that you are now. It's like, I thought, like, it just seems like, okay, so then if you're saying that Nick Fuentes is leading these young men down the wrong path, well, then, okay, maybe they could use some Jordan Peterson in their life then, right?
Right.
Like, what? Maybe you should take that. Maybe it's really important. I thought you're supposed to speak up for the voiceless and get all emotional and all that. Like, where did all that shit go? All of a sudden, there's one thing that's like a subject you're not allowed to talk about. And I just think that's bullshit.
Yeah, well, and Jordan, he even took it a step further. I don't know if you saw his tweets about me, but he called me a rat. He said, Nick Fuentes is a rat. And then he came back and amended it and said, no, wait, he's not a rat because rats are odious by their nature. He said, Nick.
So a couple of things here. First off, the first thing I'll say is, like, for a long time, Nick was considered like untouchable in politics. And when I say untouchable, I don't mean untouchable in the sense of he was the greatest. No, I mean, you literally could not talk to him. He was radioactive. And on some level, that was unfair. At the same time, though, he did lean into it. You know, like it's one thing to get banned off of Twitter and get banned off of, you know, various social media platforms for criticizing Israel, or, you know, for expressing a slightly further to the right opinion than most people on like immigration or like, you know, LGBTQ plus issues. That's one thing. It is a whole nother thing, though, to use racial slurs, to, you know, say incendiary things about certain groups of people. That's like a whole different category. And that's what Nick did for a long time. And he kind of leaned into it. So I just feel like we got to be fair, okay? We can say he was unfairly treated, but at the same time, you can also be like, well, you know, you did kind of lean into it at the same time. That's all I'm saying. And then the second thing I'll say, as far as Jordan Peterson is concerned, yeah, no, if you're going to be one of those people who says we shouldn't dehumanize anybody, we should reform young men, you then can't turn around as like the psychologist, the clinical psychologist, the empathetic father figure, and then turn around and dehumanize someone you disagree with. You can't do that. You can't have it both ways if you're Jordan Peterson. So anyways, just wanted to say those two things quickly, but
Nick chooses to be a rat. He's lower than rat. And it's like, and by the way, isn't his whole thing like about totalitarianism and like dehumanizing people? And I said to him, I really was more just like astounded, like you said, because he is different than the others. That's like, he's always been different. Shapiro's like an insane Zionist, like operative of Israel, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
But Peterson, like you said, he really was very influential for young men. And I know that because I was one of them at one point, and I had close friends that loved his Bible lecture series, his podcast, Maps of Meaning, which was his original book.
Pulled a lot of young kids away from atheism.
Major, and towards Christianity and towards conservatism and all of it. And you're right, his claim to fame was that he was supposed to be this like lodestar for the disaffected young men of the Trump generation. And who represents that more than me? I'm kind of like that archetypal guy leading those people. And I agree, if he's got some issue with me, first of all, why not just call me out? It's this weird like thing that the left does where they say, we don't want to platform him, we don't want to give him attention. But like you say, what then happened to that whole deal where it's like, it's a free marketplace, we have to just talk or else we'll fight, we have to, you know, have this marketplace. So there's just layers of hypocrisy and no one's buying. Nobody's buying into that nonsense. And it's sad because I think he lost a lot of credibility by doing that.
I completely agree. And I agree, it's sad. And I think, and I'm not saying this again to pick on Jordan Peterson. It's just like I think he's an important figure. It's an important topic, and it does. And this kind of goes to the heart of back in the before we ever met. I mean, we just met in person for the first time, but before I ever had you on my show, I had I had talked to some of the alt-right guys. I had Christopher Cantwell on my show, I think a couple times, and I had Richard Spencer on, and I had some of those guys, and people at the time, it was it was a somewhat risky move. It was still in the world where you're like, I don't want to get my channel banned and stuff like that. At least at the moment, that feels a little bit safer. But one of the reasons why I liked talking to those guys, or one of the reasons why I did the shows with them, was that, well, first of all, I did kind of find the ideas interesting. And I'm interested in the ideas. That's why we do these things. That's why we do what we do. And there was also, I guess I've always thought there was, from my perspective as a libertarian, but a right-wing libertarian, I think. And at least comparatively speaking, I always thought that there was this weird, I used to talk about this way back in the day when I in 2012, I was doing podcasts. No one was listening, but I was doing podcasts. And I used to talk about this. This is totally in the it was before wokeism really became a thing. And then, of course, before the reaction to wokeism became a thing. But even back in 2012, I used to always say that the president of the United States could drop a bomb on a third world country on a wedding and kill 70 people. And then the same day he could say the blacks instead of African Americans. And the latter would be a bigger scandal than the prior. And there's something fundamentally wrong with that. That's a really sick thing about your society.
Yeah.
And there is this.
I mean, I get what Dave is saying here, but the argument feels a bit fallacious, only for one reason. Well, I'll let them continue, and then I'll give my response.
This almost and I think has been for my entire lifetime, maybe before that probably, that there's almost this unspoken cultural value that clearly is a left-wing value that puts at the absolute top of the hierarchy of outrages bigotry. Bigotry is supposed to be up here at the absolute. That's the worst thing in the world that you can be. When in fact, that is just not my moral outlook on the world. Yeah, bigotry is something we all have in excess. I think it's bad, but there's much worse things than that.
Yeah, so here's what I'll say, right? This argument is fallacious for obvious reasons. The first reason being, and I don't think Dave is saying this maliciously. I don't think Dave is a secret neo-Nazi. He's Jewish, but I don't think he's a secret white supremacist or a secret racist or whatever. But the reason this argument is fallacious is because the way society works is, on an individual level, being racist interpersonally, like a white person being racist to a black person at the grocery store, or a black person being racist to a white person at the car wash, and exchanging racial epithets. Yeah, obviously that's not a big deal. However, the problem comes when, at the state level, at the academic level, and at the level of mainstream media, racism becomes normalized. And the way society works is there's 4 major levers of power in society, okay? Well, I guess you could say 5, but really 4. The 4 are the state. The state creates laws, the state creates policy. So the state is by far the most powerful instrument of power in society. So you have the state, then you have academia, and academia includes the intellectuals, higher education, the most prestigious universities in the country, and they produce the most influential people in the country. So you have academia, then you have the media, which are all the major mainstream news organizations, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, and they basically create the narratives in society. So you have academia, the media, and the state. And then, of course, the fourth are various other institutions, the independent media outlets, the 501c3s, the 501c4s, the NGOs, the nonprofits, the foundations, the endowments that seed money to various academics, to various publications and books and whatnot. And the problem is, when racism and bigotry get scaled up to those levels, to the level of the state, academia, media, and the 501c3s and whatnot, when racism becomes common in those realms of society at the most important levers of power, you get discrimination, you get genocide, you get lynchings, you get segregation and apartheid. Like, those are the kinds of things that happen. You get mass shootings and racial terrorism. Those are the kinds of things that happen when bigotry becomes normalized at the highest levels, at the highest echelons of society, and they get enforced at the state level. So yeah, bigotry interpersonally is not bad, and I think that's what Dave is referring to, but I think it's just not responsible to just downplay bigotry. Like, bigotry leads to genocide. Bigotry leads to what we saw in 1994 in Rwanda, where the Hutus killed almost 1 million Tutsis in the span of like 30 days. And it was reinforced by the state, it was reinforced by the media, it was reinforced by, well, I don't know about academics, but when the state and the media downplays bigotry, normalizes bigotry, encourages bigotry, there's a kind of cultural osmosis that takes place. So I'm just saying we got to be careful here when we talk about normalizing racism and bigotry.
And one of the things that I always found very interesting was that the alt-right guys were really anti-war. And this also for you and the Groypers are very
Well, the alt-right was anti-war because of the blowback. Because what happens is you do a war in a Middle Eastern country, and then what happens? All those refugees flock to Europe. And all these alt-right guys are white supremacists. They don't want, a bunch of Muslims and a bunch of North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans living in European countries. That's the reason why they're anti-war.
And so to me, in my world, like, war is really a much worse thing than racism. I'm not sure how there's a counter argument to that, although we treat it like war is that's just policy, and this is the worst thing you can do. And so I immediately rejected that. And so, in fact, with the Jordan Peterson thing, I'll leave him alone after this, but it's like, you want to talk about psychopaths? Like, sir, you were on record saying, give them hell. That was your response. And for the guy who talks about hell all the time.
Yeah, right.
You don't think hell it really exists? It does.
Also, I'll say this, and then I'm not going to keep pausing. I'll just say this real quick. I do think it is kind of unhealthy to have like a hypersensitive culture about race. Like, it's not good when a black person and a white person at a bagel shop, the black guy cuts the white guy in line, the white guy calls the black guy the N-word or something like that. Not even with the hard R, he just calls him the N-word and says, get back in line, get behind me. And like, next thing you know, within like the span of 24 hours, this video goes viral. It's all over social media. It's all over Twitter. It's all over YouTube. And you have mainstream legacy media corporations talking about it on the 24-hour news cycle. And it becomes like national news. And this guy loses his job. He loses his friends. He gets fired from his work. You know what I mean? Like, he loses everything because one instance of him losing his cool in a public setting and he got caught on camera just sends his life completely down the tubes. Like, I think that's actually very unhealthy for society. So I get where Dave is coming from. That's all I'm saying.
You haven't met enough. Yeah, go to Gaza. Hell does exist. You said give them hell, and that's exactly what they got. Like, so... maybe.
And he's got a point, too, when you juxtapose it. Sorry to pause again, but like, the white guy calling the black guy the N-word at the bagel shop is like national news. Like, it's the biggest story for like a month. Israel killing 1,000 kids in Gaza in 2 weeks, but that's just normal. I get where he's coming from with our weapons and our taxpayer money.
Examine yourself before you're saying, oh, but he said a thing about the Jews, so he's the dark tetrad. But then it just seemed to me on top of that. So that's like my worldview. Like, I don't actually think bigotry is the worst thing. I think it can be bad, but I don't think it's the worst thing. But then even from like, say, a liberal worldview, like, isn't like Daryl Davis like the big hero story? And I'm not like claiming that that's what I'm doing with you. It's not.
Right.
But like the idea of like, you're like, even the guy who you say is the famous guy who like converted all the Klansmen, well, he did it by talking to him and being decent. Just be cool. That's like rule number one. Like, always, and that always seems so obvious to me, particularly as a Jewish person, but I just like, as a Jew, I didn't say that. But that you're just like, oh, there's these people who hate Jews. I was like, well, I should probably be cool. Because it's kind of hard for people to hate someone who's cool to them. And it's just so weird to me that everybody else's opinion is like, no, this is the one thing that's unacceptable, bigotry. Anything, the government just passed a law that says they can detain you without charges, whatever. But like, no one's being a bigot about it, right? They're doing it to whites and blacks equally. Like, okay. And then number two, like, what is this thing that we ought to shut people out of the conversation? It seems so counterproductive and stupid.
Well, and it's not even just bigotry. In particular, it's words. It's not like you even have to do a big.
Okay, that's another thing. Like, when you talk about shutting people out of the conversation, there does come a point where we do have to draw lines in the sand. And I think that's actually logical. And and here's what I'll say. When you have people who just openly call for like a white ethno state where it's like, hey, we should deport every black and brown person in the country, I actually don't think that person is worth having a conversation with. And the reason why is because you don't legitimize those ideas. Like, you don't have a rational conversation with somebody who wants to take extremely irrational and violent measures against people they disagree with. That doesn't make sense logically. Now, if you have somebody who's like, you know, a Christian nationalist, or you have somebody who has like maybe some white identitarian ideas and they feel like America is becoming radically multicultural at a rapid pace, and they say, hey, maybe we should slow down the immigration, I actually think that's a fair conversation to have. Reason being, they're not advocating violence and the use of state power to remove or silence their opponents. And their opponents in this case are just non-whites. There's certain things that you can talk about in a public space that are normal, and there are certain things that should just be relegated to the fringes. Like, if you want to talk about like violent fantasies of like genociding non-whites in America, yeah, that actually is not something that should be a part of the like rational conversation in a country that's 40% non-white. Anyways, that's just my opinion. There are certain things where it's like, okay, you're openly advocating violence at this point. Yeah, I don't think those people should actually be in the conversation. Just my opinion, though.
Thing like you beat up a black person for being black, or you discriminate actively. It's like, if you have said something that sounds racist, is racist, that is worse than murder, war, etc. And you know, that was kind of like a phenomenon this summer, because I was so outspoken against the war in Gaza, and the clips were going around on TikTok and Instagram. And a lot of liberals are saying, wait a second, even he is saying this is evil. This is a guy we're supposed to hate. You know, maybe the broken clock is right twice a day. And I was on my show reminding people like, yeah, maybe I'm racist. Maybe we disagree on issues of race, but I'm against murder. I'm against genocide. And like you said, is that not the actual moral paradigm? Is like killing, war, famine, you know, are these things not the real evils? And maybe bigotry is somewhere further away from that, and saying things that might be bigoted further even still from that. And we live in a society now where it seems like if you have ever uttered anything that's bad, it haunts you. Yeah. You know, it's like you look at my Wikipedia page, and it's like, he's a racist, sexist, homophobe, Islamophobe. In 2018, he said this. In 2020, he said that. Right. And I go on shows, and in the news reports, they list like things I have said. It's like I do a talk show. Yeah. I talk 3 hours a day for a living for 10 years, and sometimes it sounds controversial or provocative or offensive, but doesn't that kind of go with the territory of freedom of conscience? If we can think, should we not be able to speak? And if we speak, can we not be wrong? Can we not be funny? Can we not be insensitive or bombastic? And I guess this gets to something about, because you think, well, society shouldn't be this way, but why is it this way? People are hanged by their words selectively. This is like, these are tools of reputational destruction. They don't like where you're pointed, so then they look for things that are going to hurt people's feelings and say, oh, well, you shouldn't listen to this guy because he said this, and I bet you don't like how that sounds, huh? Because when you look at, I brought this up on PBD, Ben Shapiro in the year 2000, I think, wrote an article about ethnic cleansing. It said transfer is not a dirty word. Yep. And he's arguing for literal ethnic cleansing. Now, I have never argued anything close to that. I've never made the argument that we should ethnically cleanse blacks from the United States. But if I did, I'd be hanged by that forever. Yeah. Is Shapiro. Why and why not? He is not reminded of that every time.
Well, it's because it's called selective dehumanization. There are certain groups, and this is a tactic that that the elites use. This is a tactic that various groups use. If you want to do something horrible to a group of people, you can't actually humanize them. Like, you can't say, hey, this group of people is humans, and despite that, we're still going to genocide all of them. You have to dehumanize them. You have to say they're savage. You have to say they're evil. You have to say they are corrupt. You have to say they are subhuman. You have to dehumanize them so thoroughly that the collective conscience changes so drastically that they actually normalize and become okay or tolerant with the proposition of genociding those people. You can't do the genocide before the dehumanization. You have to do the dehumanization first, then the genocide. So that's the reason why there's like this selective, use of terms and whatnot. But I think I think with Shapiro, the reason why it's okay for him to get away with saying those words is because America has been the West, but America specifically and especially has been dehumanizing Palestinians. They've been dehumanizing Muslims for like the past 22 years, really, since 9/11. Like, Muslims have been thoroughly dehumanized in the Western world, like bad, like so much so that I actually feel bad for Muslims. Of course you have the Islamists. They are toxic. They are a problem. You don't want Islamists living in your society amongst your people, because Islamism as an ideology fundamentally is antithetical to everything Americans believe. And Islamists do commit a lot of political violence. So yeah, we should condemn Islamism, but we shouldn't condemn all Muslims. There are really good Muslims. There are amazing, kind, beautiful, warm, sweet Muslims that I could absolutely be friends with. So we gotta just, we should chill with the Islamophobia and whatnot. And people like Ben Shapiro should be fired, should be held to account, and things like that should never be forgotten. A guy like Ben Shapiro should never in life, ever, be able to escape accountability for saying openly that you should mass deport or mass ethnically cleanse millions of people from their native land. That's crazy. So anyways, yeah, I agree with what Nick is saying here. A guy like Ben Shapiro should not be able to just say that and then do one, not even really full apology, do one, selective apology, and then go back to defending it rigorously for the rest of his career. Anyways, that's all I'm saying. I agree with what Nick is saying.
He goes around, not because he apologized for it 20 years later, but because he has all the correct opinions. He's 100%. Not a target. He's got backing. And so that kind of tells us that, and by the way, the same applies to all other kinds of scandals. If we want to have an open society, and that's ironic coming from me, but we do need
libertarian Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, sort of. It's like you do need some level of tolerance, actually, to inoculate yourself from using reputational destruction for political control, because that's what I've come to realize about it.
Dude, you're 100% right. Dude, I used to talk about this all the time because, as you mentioned, I was a big Ron Paul supporter when he was running for president. And when he was running for president, which is, looking back at it now in 2025 is so goddamn funny, but they'd always bring up the...
Hold on, people are saying the sound is low. People are saying the sound is low. Hold on, let's see. Is the sound low? Let me check the, hold on.
The racist Ron Paul newsletters. The racist newsletters. Which, by the way, if you look at that, it was so tame compared to anything.
Let's see if that's better.
I mean, it was literally I think one of the things was they said one guy in the newsletter said the LA riots only stopped because they needed their welfare check or something.
Right.
Which is but anyway, but so you're just, and they would Ron Paul, of all people, to try to paint him as a hater of some sort. A dude who does not have like a hateful, is just like a Christian baby doctor who's been married to the same woman for 60-something years. Like just and they would try to pull that up, and then you'd notice like, oh, okay, but like, you look
That should be better. Sorry about that, y'all.
at the things Joe Biden has said in his day. Look at things Hillary Clinton has said. Look at all the, oh no, they don't ever get hit for that. In fact, the greatest libertarian theorist of all time, Murray Rothbard, in one of his most controversial articles, and we talked about this, I think, the first time we podcasted together, but he wrote this thing about David Duke, and he was making the point how they're like, well, why is it that they hate David Duke so much? And I go, oh, you say because he used to be in the Klan? And I go, well, Robert Byrd, the Lion of the Senate, like he used to be in the Klan. No one has a problem with that.
I'm guessing Robert Byrd is a Democrat. I mean, look, let's not act like, 60, 70 years ago, the Democrat Party was the party that was associated with the KKK. I mean, obviously the parties did flip. But yeah, we're not going to act like the Democratic Party is like a pure and unimpeachable party in American politics either. I think that's also a bit naive.
And so you realize, yes, this is, you make the rules so vague and so narrow that they apply to everyone, and then you choose who's going to get hit. And who always happens to get hit, very coincidentally, the people who don't support Israel and the permanent warfare state.
Yep.
Always. It's even like with the woke right term. The definition they're working off of is you awoken to something. That makes you woke. And by the way, here's a list of all the woke right people, and they...
By the way, the audio should be good now. Sorry about that.
Completely coincidentally, happen to be all of the right-wingers who don't support Israel and don't support the warfare state. Like, it's always what it is. And it's the one comment, and that's another, it's a real problem of the kind of the racist thing being what you ruin people over.
Right.
Because again, we're all a little bit racist. People just don't want to admit it. But that's one thing growing up in New York City, you learn when you're around different people. It's not racism isn't something that belongs to old white men. It's something that every group has, and actually minorities in this country are quite willing to be open about it.
Yes.
Which is something that is, not discussed in like liberal academia, but like you go over to like your Asian friend's house and his dad will tell you exactly how black people are, how Latino people are, how white people are. Anyway.
Asian people are shockingly racist. But they do say that the most racist man on earth is a Mexican man over 65. That's just what they say. I don't know how true that is.
So, even when I was talking to those alt-right guys back in the day, and part of the reason, and I never, I did always find the conversations interesting, but although I didn't agree, I mean, I always thought like the ethno-state thing was just like a retarded non-starter of like a, you're going to turn America into it, like what? But I guess, I want to say this the right way because I know people will judge me for saying this, but in some ways, I kind of thought that the alt-right, and then in some ways the Groypers, in a way, they were the most honest expression of the Trump moment.
Yeah.
Because I think there's through years of kind of like political correctness, the post-war consensus, like all of these things, it's almost like the older generation was. There was an inability to just say it because it was perceived as racist in order to say it. So there's always code words. It's like we have too much illegal immigration. We have too much of the, we need, and when really what the issue was about was that America was being transformed racially. I mean, that it was being transformed from a majority white country, which it's always been through its entire history, and that's being changed. And it just seemed to me that like, it's pretty obvious that if you, whatever, like the things the alt-right guys all used to say, if you went to Italy and said, hey, we have some demographic projections, this place is going to be 90% French in a few years. Isn't that wonderful? I think most of them would go, no, that's not wonderful because we want this to be Italy. And so, you have this drastic change that was completely forced on the American, but there was never a choice. There was never a referendum on like, should America become a majority minority country? And that referendum wouldn't have done too good in 1960, Like if you had asked those people, or 65, whenever the bill was, if you had asked those people, it would have been, everybody, including all the black people, would have been like, no, we don't. You would have got 99% voting against it. This happened against the will of the Americans. And during that, it's not even like they're like, hey, the people never asked for this, but we're transforming your society anyway. But we're going to be really cool about it. They didn't even throw that last one in there. They went, you didn't ask for this. It's happening anyway. And fuck you and everything you hold dear. And also your son's a girl. Like it's like on every level. And I think that was guaranteed to create a pushback. And I think it's crazy to not engage with that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree overall. I think like it is high time that people have an honest conversation. It's undeniable. Look at Japan. Japan is in the process of swearing in like the most right-wing prime minister, and she's a woman. They're in the process of swearing in the most right-wing prime minister they've had in like the past 30 years. Look at AfD in Germany. Look at Israel. Look at the Reform Party in the UK. Look at the National Rally in France. All these far-right political movements are a direct response to mass migration. They're a direct response to these demographic changes that are taking place in their society, and they've been told for like 30, 40, 50 years that if you even talk about the demographic change racially, you're racist, you're hateful. So I understand this kind of resentment, and I understand the frustration. And on some level, the reason why is because all the people who were talking about those things openly and in blunt terms, many of them were just neo-Nazis, you know? You had your Richard Spencers, you had your Andrew Anglins, your Jared Taylors, you know, these open white nationalist neo-Nazis. So, you know, I understand the reason why it was like a taboo subject to talk about for a long time, but now it is at the point where it's like, look, the reality of the situation is we are in a fundamental transitory period in American history, right? Is America going to be a multiracial, pluralistic, liberal democracy, or is America going to be a white, you know, European, Christian, Western country, and America is going to remain rooted in its historical identity, or is America going to transform into something more pluralistic? My belief is we should actually merge the two, because here's the reality. You cannot undo the 1964 Civil Rights Act. You cannot undo, I mean, you can, but it would be, all hell would break loose. You can't really go back and undo, you know, the Glass-Steagall, the Immigration Naturalization Act of 1965. That's done. That's here. It is what it is. This is a stat that I looked at today. 49% of Gen Z and 48% of Gen Alpha are white. The other 51% of Gen Z and the other 52% of Gen Alpha are not white. Half of that not white population is Hispanic, which is to say 25% of the people born in Gen Z, or 26% of Gen Z, and 27% of Gen Alpha are Hispanic. And then, of course, you have Black and Asian and Jewish and various other racial groups. But only 49% of Gen Z is white. Only 49% of Gen Z is white. Only 48% of Gen Alpha is white. So we need to start looking at this realistically. Okay? And it is to say that, look, the United States now, it's a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious country. How are we going to think long-term, 20, 50, 100, 1,000 years from now, so that this country survives, so that this country is unified, so that this country doesn't split down the middle? Because it's easy to run a homogenous country, you know, because everybody's of the same religion, the same race. There's no hierarchies in society, implicit or explicitly created through law. So we're in a situation now where it's like the United States has fundamentally changed in various ways, and we need to start looking at how are we going to distribute power evenly moving forward? How are we going to create a harmonious society that produces prosperity for every group of people so that nobody is discriminated against. That's what we really need to start looking at moving forward. How are we going to increase everybody's material standards? How are we going to increase everybody's moral standards? How are we going to create a better society for our progeny moving forward across the aisle, across all identities? Because that's the situation we're in now. And really, the only way to undo that is either through a genocide, either through some kind of eugenics program, or some kind of mass deportation, revoking of people's citizenships. And the only way that can be done is through the state. The only way that can be done is through the state. That's it. And if that happens, you're going to have a mass revolution like you've never seen before. So that should be off the table to most people. The only way to really go about this is creating a more harmonious society for all of us, which means anti-white racism needs to be punished. Anti-black racism needs to be punished. Racism of any form really needs to be looked at seriously. There's no reason why Black Hebrew Israelites should be able to post up on any street corner in America, grab a microphone, hide under a gazebo, and say, white people are Esau, white people are devils, white people are going to hell. There's no reason why that should be tolerated in a normal, sane, and healthy society. So we're going to have to start looking at how do we deal with this problem moving forward? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. That's how I interpreted the Trump revolution. When I was 18 and Trump won the election, and by we, I mean me and my followers at the time, or whoever I considered a fellow traveler, we viewed the Trump revolution as an implicit white identitarian movement. And that is what was loaded behind every slogan. Make America great again. Okay, when was America great? Was it great 15 years ago, or are you talking about the 80s? And what was America like in the 80s? It was a different color, it was a different flavor. We're going to say Merry Christmas again. Okay, what does that mean? Who doesn't say Merry Christmas? Liberals and all these people that practice different religions, Muslims and Jews for that matter, although Trump was always pro-Israel. And we saw Trump as basically just an implicit expression of that, and over time would become more explicit as the changes became sort of ignorable, the demographic changes, the cultural changes. And I do agree with your point, because as someone like myself, these were the conversations I was having, as maybe a higher IQ. Obviously, I'm not just a resentful, angry white man who doesn't like change. I was looking at this and saying, like you said before, it's not maybe desirable that America changes. You recognize this is in progress. It is happening. It, in some sense, has happened. And as maybe a young person, though, and being precocious and also impulsive and immature, I was trying to find the vocabulary and language to talk about these things. And I was interested in opinions on this. And I did talk to people at the time who were willing to engage with me. They were few and far between. And they would say, is it really practical, an ethno-state? And clearly there's going to be diversity, but how are we going to live with that? How can we preserve some semblance of our way of life? And I feel like if there was more of a recognition that we deserve that we deserve engagement, a conversation, recognition, that our grievances are valid, that it's okay to not be okay with the things that are happening, maybe the movement would have taken a different direction, or maybe it wouldn't be so much rage and conflict and division. But it's like you said, people were told, this is the way it's going to be. Your neighborhood is destroyed. It's irreversibly changed. If you
No, I agree and I disagree. Here, where I disagree is the alt-right movement in large regard was a response to Trump. It was a development of Trump. And it was the Trump administration isn't far enough. This is our moment. We have to go balls to the walls. That's what the alt-right was. It was big 2016, 2017. That's when the ball really got rolling for the alt-right in the aftermath of Trump coming to power, because they were like, hey, this is our guy. We really got to push this thing to the limit. You have to understand, there is a difference between hard right conservatives, Tradcons, Pat Buchanans, of the world. There's a difference between that crowd who are like, hey, let's restrict immigration. Hey, we should have traditional social policy. Hey, we need to focus on the white birth rate. Those things are not inherently hateful. But then you have groups like these further to the right groups that are like just flagrant neo-Nazis. They're flagrant neo-Nazis. They're doing Hail Hitlers in public. They're marching and saying Jews will not replace us. These people openly talk about a white ethno-state. They openly fantasize about violence towards black people. These Wignat types. Those are the kinds of people who it's like, you cannot ever, 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 ever sanitize or normalize that crowd. And I actually think it is, and I'll give Nick his credit, I actually think it's the responsibility of the Christian nationalists, of the hard right, of the tradcons to be like, look, we're further to the right, we're immigration restrictionists, we're nationalists, we think the United States should remain majority white, fine if that's how you feel. We think the United States should remain majority white, but using state power and the violence of the state is something we're not willing to do, which is a key distinction between that crowd and the crowd of like neo-Nazi, rise above movement, which is what many of the people at Charlottesville were a part of. They were a part of the RAM, the Rise Above movement. And I think the Rise Above movement was started by Andrew Anglin. I can't remember, but they were started by, they have members of the Aryan Brotherhood from California in the Rise Above movement, and they were present at Charlottesville in 2017. There has to be like a line in the sand where like, hey, these white nationalists, far-right, neo-Nazi militias, Adam Waffen, the Base, Patriot Front, Rise Above, like those guys, they don't represent our views. The ethno-staters, the Boogaloo Boys, these white nationalists, like we don't associate with them. We're against violence. We're traditional Christian conservatives. That's significantly different than like, hey, we need to genocide. We need to use violent means of removal to achieve our agenda. You can never sanitize those people. You have to just look at them for what they are. Crazy, violent, hateful neo-Nazis who want to utilize state violence to achieve their white ethno-state. Like you have to just call them what they are. You can never normalize those people.
Have a problem with that, it's because you're a bad person. If that makes you angry, we're just going to take away your voice. And if you riot, then we're just going to throw you in jail and ruin your life. And it was just kind of like, I said this on my show, doubling down, always doubling down, ignoring.
And also, the one thing I will say, and I'll let Nick continue here, but we also got to be real. Nick has dehumanized black people. And in many cases, when you start to dehumanize a group, you will get these kinds of violent, wet dream people, these people who have wet dreams about violence against non-whites. Like when you dehumanize a group as much as, Nick has literally said, joking or not, Nick has literally said, because within every joke, there's a kernel of honesty. Nick has said, if Jews didn't run America, if women would shut the fuck up, if half of the black population was in jail, we'd be living in paradise. He has said that word for word. And once you start saying things like that, and you start dehumanizing people and saying they should be thrown in jail, like, what do you think is going to come from that? Normal, sane, rational interlocutors, or like angry, far-right, white supremacist populists who want to mobilize the state to use the military violently to suppress and go after African Americans and other minority groups that they don't like. Like, you're going to get the latter. So let's just be real about what Nick Fuentes has said in the past and hold him to account. That's all I'm saying. We have to be honest. We have to hold people accountable. Everybody needs to be held accountable for what they've said. That is just like, that's just being real. That's just keeping it real.
Intolerance, I know that's like trite at this point, but ironically, the proponents of tolerance were intolerant of anyone that wasn't on board and anyone that didn't look like the new American they wanted to make. And I think that in some sense, maybe my ascendancy in the past couple of years as well, and this is accompanied by and maybe caused it, the Overton window moving to the right on everything, on race, on Israel, on crime, on immigration. Now that people are kind of like banging on the door of the liberal elite saying like, get out, now they're willing to have the conversation. Now they're saying, all right. Okay, maybe we could talk about turning some of this stuff back. And I've said on my show, I just hope this is the moment when there's introspection and we do talk and we find a resolution, because my fear is that we blow right past that and the worst elements with the worst impulses, because they are vindicated in some sense, are going to take control of this, and it is going to be a lot of populist anger, real resentment, real rage, real hatred, cruelty, because I think that's a distinct possibility.
Yeah, I'm glad you say that, and I completely agree with you. And I think it's a moment.
Yeah, you just got to hold those people to account. That's the only way of dealing with it. Like, you have to say, I understand they're vindicated, but I disagree with them. Like Nick cannot keep doing this 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing. It either has to be like, hey, we're hard right Christian nationalists, but I disavow these extremists. Like, you can't, because Nick understands he's kind of painted himself into a corner as a white nationalist, white supremacist. He's painted himself into a corner where it's like, you have these Wignat neo-Nazis in your fan base, and in order to keep your support, in order to keep the super chats coming in, you have to placate that crowd eventually, because that's a huge part of his movement, or it's at least a large part of his movement. You have to placate those people occasionally, and if you alienate them too much, you risk losing your credibility as a white nationalist. He has to just draw a line in the sand and be like, those guys, they're not with me. Like, I wish he would just do like a hardcore, like, I'm disavowing that crowd. That's all I'm saying. Like, I just don't like the flip-flopping.
That there should be introspection for everybody, like myself included, you and your audience included, and also those liberals. I mean, because it's just, like, and perhaps part of this perspective is just that I'm older than you. Not that I don't mean to like play that as a card, but my point of reference, like, I was born in the 1980s. And so I was born in 83. I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and this was a different country back then, And I think one of the things that's been interesting, I'm really interested to get your point of view on this. One of the things that's been interesting for me about, say, like, the cultural transformation, the most recent one that we've lived through, with the woke insanity being rolled.
I'm going to turn on the lights. Give me a second, y'all. All right, I'm back. My bad.
Back, and the censorship being rolled back, which are very related, I think. And I think there's certain things you could point to that were like big moments. Like, I think the Bud Light and the Target campaigns were like a big moment. Like, it was one of the first times that like big corporations got a black eye over this. And even if they gain that money back in their stock, it's like you lose billions of dollars. That starts getting people thinking about this stuff. And then obviously Elon buying Twitter, and then just kind of Zuckerberg wanting to be cool or whatever it is exactly. The government pressure being taken off. I don't know if we know exactly what it is, but like but one of the things that's been interesting is, like, I think from people, like my perspective, being 42, is that I think a lot of us were like, oh, good. Like, we can go back to not having everything so racialized and having everything so, like, just, I just think that stuff's not good. And then, that is not at all what's happened. And in fact, I think, like, it's been kicked into higher gear. And one of the things I've been thinking about a lot with that is that, it's probably just from my perspective, being my age, it's much easier for me to go, all right, let's just go back to like what the before time, when before this woke insanity, things weren't that crazy, at least culturally. Whereas I think your audience, and part of mine, but more so your audience, which is younger, naturally, they lived through it in a different way than I ever did, and they're, you think about like that, what was the kid's name? Sandman, Nicholas Sandman.
Oh, yeah.
The guy, they tried to ruin this kid's life.
Oh, yeah, that was, I remember that. That was insane. What they did to that kid, I think this was 2016 or 2017. Dude, I was a sophomore in high school when that video came out. Dude, the way they treated that kid was nuts. The way they were yelling in his face and screaming at him, and they tried to ruin that kid's life, man. They tried to ruin that kid's life, get him fired, slander him, everything, like get him suspended, get him expelled from his school for wearing a MAGA hat, for just standing in one spot wearing a MAGA hat. And that was the craze of 2016, 2017, which is why we're at now, 8 years later, where people are talking about a damn ethno-state in America. So, not to say that's right, but I'm saying, like, the insanity, American politics has been so polarized and just has become so insane in the past, 5 to 10 years that, like, the only thing people talk about now is race, immigration, and cultural issues. Nobody talks about anything else. So, yeah, I don't think the way they treated that guy, in hindsight, crazy.
For the crime of being an angel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, could not, dude, Nick, man, I am lucky that there wasn't social media or podcasting or any or like shit when I was a kid. But I remember saying on that shit, man, if me and my friends when we were teenagers, if those black Israelites, because we were just little fucking hooligans from Brooklyn, like we were like, if they had come up and started talking all that shit to us, and the neighbor, you guys are colonizers, we would have immediately been like, that's right, bitch. Yeah, we took your shit, didn't we? Right. Oh yeah, you go, you raped our women. Oh, and you didn't do shit. Like we would have just immediately started talking shit back to them. Mm-hmm. It would have probably been a fight. This kid does nothing. Just a Catholic kid who's like in there for a ride. So he just smiles. He just stands there and smiles. And they tried to ruin his life over that. And I think, for a lot of people that you talk to, these are like, I'm not saying they were black people growing up in the Jim Crow South, but they really did come up under a system that was overtly bigoted against them. Where it was like, hey, it is the law of the land that you will be denied opportunities. We're looking to put women and people of color and everything except you, straight white man. Mm-hmm. We're looking at everything else. Your university hates your guts. Hollywood hates your guts. The media, the political class. And it's a big ask after all of that when you get the leg up to go, can you be cool now? And so I understand where that's a tough thing, to ask. At the same time, I do think, as you mentioned, we're not going to live in a white ethno-state. Mm-hmm. The 1960, we can't go back to 1965 and undo the Immigration Act. And this is going to be a multiracial society of some sort. And we ought to think about
this is where the conversation started to get interesting. This is where I might talk a little bit more, but I want people to pay close attention here, because now the conversation is becoming like, hey, this is really applicable and really salient in modern times. This is the most important section of the video.
Like, okay, how do we move forward in a way that's conducive to peace and prosperity, which is kind of what we all on some level want?
Yeah, it's a difficult question, because I guess it comes down to multiracialism itself, because we do.
Just a side off, that denim jacket is so tough. That thing looks sweet. I might need to get myself one. Lord.
Live in different America. There was, I'm told, the consensus in the 90s and the early noughts where people describe race relations as generally good. And, we could talk about why that is. I mean, people say that that's only after there was this intense anti-crime intervention, the crime bill and Giuliani and stop and frisk and all that. But people say things were pretty good. But America was also a lot less diverse. And so we've undergone this political transformation. And on the other side of it, we do have a much different America. And the question is, now that we really do have like these large groups of different races in the country, can there be a brand new political order that's based on understanding? And it comes down to the question of that in itself. And to me, all these little things that they were talking about 20 years ago or 10 years ago, representation, microaggressions, opportunity, it's really about power. That's ultimately what it comes down to. It's about who will predominate, who will be preeminent. When you're talking about, for example, DEI, that's saying we want the spots at Harvard because you know who is scouting Harvard talent? The biggest corporations, law firms. And we want to be in the law firms. We want to be on the boards of the biggest companies because we want power.
Right.
And we want power to help ourselves. We want that for black people. We want that for Hispanics, for Asians. And so it does come down ultimately to power sharing. And power sharing and even wealth sharing, it comes down to the distribution or allocation of resources. It's contentious because whites are necessarily losing power. They used to have all of it, and now they're sharing it. Now they're going to have half of it or a quarter of it. And what's more is, if another group has power over you, there's like an inherent suspicion, because it's like, well, this guy's not really looking out for me because he doesn't look like me and he didn't come from where I came from and he's not like me. And the problem with this is, after there's so much conflict, the non-whites don't trust whites. And the whites are rightly skeptical of the non-whites, because the non-whites seem to have license to hate whites. Non-whites have like inherent distrust, basically like a veiled hatred and resentment. And they're
See, I don't like this crude generalization that he's doing here. I mean, there's a couple things he's going to say here, and then I'll respond. But just to quickly point out, I don't like the framing inherently of race relations being antagonistic, just as a matter of like, that's just the way it is. It doesn't have to necessarily be racialized. Like, I don't necessarily think non-white people have a problem or a bone to pick with white people because they're white. I don't necessarily think that has much to do with it at all, actually. I think it more so has to do with the discrimination. I think it has more so to do with the way the state was used against these groups to disempower them. I think it has a lot more to do with the way that non-white groups are talked about in major media. So I think it's just like, why not diagnose and spend a significant amount of time understanding the systemic catalysts for this kind of, I guess, anti-white sentiment, which isn't necessary. It's not even justified, obviously. But let's focus more on that as opposed to like the inherent racial differences and focusing on it in such a tribal way. I feel like that really reduces the conversation drastically. Like, it flattens it and it loses its nuance and it loses its like complexity and our ability to actually understand like the different layers at which like racism is born out. It isn't just like a tribal thing. It's like it's political, it's socioeconomic. Like, there's various other things that play into it. That's all I'm saying. Like, I just wish when you talk about these kinds of race relation issues, it's important to have a really sophisticated approach to it. Otherwise, you're gonna really miss the mark.
they feel completely able to express that. And so
Which is not right, by the way.
fundamental question is, how now do the races share power in a way that isn't contentious? How do we find an understanding? And I don't know if that's even possible, because the concern from the alt-right was always, in particular in a democracy, in an open society.
Pay close attention to what he's going to say here. This is a very interesting point he's about to make.
When politics gets racialized, it basically just becomes like a race war.
Yeah.
It turns into like a soft form of a racial war. And, now they're saying woke right. I think the reason they're doing that, and they want to, just kind of get rid of identity politics and find a consensus, is because they want for the whites now not to fight the non-whites. They want a situation where, like you said, we're going to have happy liberal whites, blacks, Hispanics, Asians all living together. I just don't know how possible that is at this point. And that's where people start to talk about, can we disintegrate? We were forcibly integrated with immigration and after Civil Rights Act. Can we now go our separate ways? I don't know that that's actually even a good thing, though. I don't know that that's even like a good answer. But I would say where it starts is just with honesty. Ultimately, there's got to be a recognition that there are legitimate grievances on both sides, and there are illegitimate grievances.
Right.
There are legitimate voices expressing those grievances that actually, because I said this on the Charlie Kirk show, after Charlie got shot, I think there was a real threat of like war. I think there still is, because left-wingers are shooting people and blowing stuff up.
Oh, he's going to go on to talk about something else, but I actually just want to point this out, just touch on this real quick. So this is, if you guys are paying close attention to what he's saying, this is radically different to the message that Nick has preached for a long time. Like, he was a separatist. I think he described himself as a separatist at one point. Now he's saying, how do we share the power amongst the races? That's not something he would have said a year ago. At least I don't think it is. He would have said, how can we arrest power from these groups? Because he calls himself a white nationalist. And my understanding, just based on my own, thought process. My understanding about white nationalism is this idea that white people, by virtue of being white, should have a distinct and inherent authority to control, the state, to control media, to control academia, and to use that to ensure their own control and power over others in society at the exclusion or at their cost, to marginalize them. That's how I've always understood that term, white nationalism. If you look at Hindu nationalism in India, it's the exact same thing. Hindus are saying we should control the state, we should control media, we should control higher education, we should control the institutions, and the reason why is because these are the major points of power in society, and if we have control over those, we will be unimpeachable. The Muslims will not be able to deter us. The Christians will not be able to deter us. And the reason why this is so important to look at in India is because it's a perfect representation of what white nationalists want to do in America. They want to take control of all the levers of power in society to achieve their own agenda, essentially. It's not about distributing power. It's about taking control of power completely to exclude everybody else from those institutions of power to control their destiny and to control the destiny of the nation and the state. So that's the reason why when I hear white nationalism, that's the first thing that comes to mind. It's look at Hindu nationalism. Look at how they treat the Muslims in India. Since Modi won the election last year, hate crimes have doubled. From 2023 to 2024, hate crimes in India against Muslims have doubled. And they've increased against Christians as well, because what happens is nationalism is a mobilizing force. It energizes people, it galvanizes people, and it gives people, it plants a seed in people's head that tells them, because we are of this identity group, because we are majoritarian, we can exercise our will over these other groups, over these minority groups, and it mobilizes them on the basis of dominance and with the shielding of the state to go out and do these things against their opponents, because there's less accountability, and the rhetoric is more incendiary under a nationalistic zeitgeist. So that's the reason why what he's saying here is drastically different from what he's been saying on this program for so long. I think it's important to take that into account, because talking about sharing power, that's drastically different from what he says, from what he's always said, and from what I'm used to hearing him say. And then also talking about maybe separation isn't the best idea. I actually agree with him. This country now, I already said this, but this country, 51% of Gen Z, 52% of Gen Alpha is not white. So my generation is more non-white than white. It's the first time that's happened in American history. And given those circumstances, given that state of affairs, you actually do have to start thinking long-term, 25, 50, 100, 1,000 years from now. What is this country going to look like? How is this country going to operate? And if you have a democracy and certain racial groups or certain demographics are constantly voting in what's in their own interest, soon you will realize that actually is not tenable. Like, it's just not, because people are voting not on the basis of their ideals, not on the basis of their values, but on the basis of what party is looking out for their race, right? And that obviously is just not tenable. In a place like Singapore, and I'll wrap it up here, in a place like Singapore, it's very different because the state is so paternalistic. The state in Singapore forces different ethnic groups to live with each other. There's housing quotas. Everybody lives in government housing in Singapore. You have to live in a government-owned building that's 25% Chinese, 25% English, 25% Malaysian, 25% Indian. You can't get away from it. It forces people to get along. It forces people to live together. That proposition here is very unpopular because people in this country are all about liberty and freedom. So what's going to happen, at least what's more likely to happen, is people will move to the suburbs, move away from non-white areas, because Singapore is an island. You really can't get away from other ethnicities. People are, will move to other areas and segregate. And what's going to happen is it's going to polarize our country even further, and it's going to make elections even more contentious. So I actually agree, just thinking logically, like more polarization, more segregation is actually not the right way to go. More integration, more understanding, more conversation about the truth. That's actually the optimal path. So I agree with what he's saying. I'll let them continue.
And eventually a right winger is going to retaliate. And then is it going to be like the 60s and 70s? That's a question. But I said on my show after Charlie died, the important thing is let's get a new consensus of people that don't want that, that don't want war, that don't want their opponents to die, that don't want to murder each other. I said, I'm Christian. I don't believe in murder. I don't believe in revenge. I said, and not all people are Christian, and not all Christians believe that, actually. And so I think moving forward, there needs to be an uncomfortable coming together of people that have grievances, legitimate grievances with each other, but who both want harmony, want to live in peace, don't want bloodshed, leaders from both sides to come together. But I'm not optimistic. I think that the most cynical, calculating people rise to the top. They will incite and exploit the divisions and try to vie for control. And I think, conflict is more likely than peace at this point.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard to keep those because it's so easy. It's so easy, And by the way, just because
Well, yeah, what he's saying is true under a two-party orthodoxy, under a two-party binary. But if you have somebody like a Lee Kuan Yew, who is my inspiration, if you have somebody who's like a nationalist leader who is a immigration restrictionist but believes in a multicultural America where people are unified and power is distributed evenly, you actually can achieve that. It just requires accountability at the highest levels. Leaders have to be very keen on their wording, because otherwise you'll get a Trump who will exploit these racial divisions and will mobilize mass support for a white nationalist movement, which is going to further divide the country and further destabilize us politically and drive us closer to a civil war. You need a leader who has iron steel principles, who will not change them, who is uncompromising on unity, who can transcend the two-party partisanship, orthodoxy that we've been living under for so long, and can actually bring people together on the basis of transcendent moral national values, as opposed to just appealing to this minority group or this subnational group or this subnational identity. You have to have somebody who's like glue, and you have to make sure that the federal government and the levers of power in society are, what's the word? They emphasize the importance of national unity. I think that's like a huge thing here if this country is going to remain stable moving forward, 25, 50, 100 years from now. And there actually might need to be a real conversation about what is the state's role in holding accountable people who are politicians who actually are undermining this country's stability, who are undermining the well-being of the nation. Like, we need to have anti-corruption agencies. We need to have, federal bodies who hold these people accountable. Otherwise, this whole thing will unravel. So the state might need to actually play a more active role than most Americans are comfortable with, but that's actually a real conversation that needs to be had. If this, at least in my opinion, if this country is to continue and is to remain stable.
You mentioned it, and I did say this publicly a bunch, but I really did appreciate your episode after Charlie Kirk. Thank you for that. I was it reminds I was on Piers Morgan debating that Brandon Tatum, the cop guy, and that was what he was. He said I was a terrible person for giving you credit for that show. And then his whole argument was like, he's like, Nick is disingenuous. Like, he doesn't mean that. And it's just like, whatever. I didn't even spend that much time on it and the thing, but it was just funny. It was like in my head, I was like, wait, so in your worldview, like Nick is this disingenuous, he's the leading neo-Nazi. It's like, okay, so the leading neo-Nazi is calling for peace? Like, is that not, can we at least acknowledge that's preferable to like the other outcome? But on the broader topic, I agree with your assessment, unfortunately, that it's kind of less likely that this has a positive outcome than a negative one. But I do think that, I look at it like I was born in 1980.
Also, not just the state, everybody, the academics, the intellectuals, the media, the 501c3s, the 501c4s, all of them will need to take a more active role in significantly changing the political zeitgeist and changing the conversation and embracing a more unified country that doesn't exploit these ethnic, religious, and whatever other subnational identities, and doesn't exploit those divisions for their own power and control. Like, those people need to be held accountable too, because those people have almost as much influence and power as the state apparatus.
Three, which to me does not feel like that long ago. I still feel like you, man, except my knees. My knees really don't feel like you. But so I was born in 1983. This is 20 years, less than 20 years, 19 years after the Civil Rights Act, right? So it's like, it kind of does make sense in a way that perhaps there was like a different outlook only 20 years after the Civil Rights, and now it's 2025. Like, this is actually quite a bit further. This is 60 years after the Civil Rights Act now. And I do think that, like, in order to move forward, the only way to do this would be to declare, and man, I hate saying this word, but actual equality of some sense. Like, it would actually have to be like, look, nobody's getting discriminated against under the law. Either nobody has a right to have their special, their group interest, their group idea, or everybody.
This is a weird implication. Are white people being discriminated against under the Civil Rights Act? Can somebody show me where in the Civil Rights Act, in any of the 10 titles, white people are discriminated against? Because I'm not aware of that. And if that's in there, it should be repealed. But I don't think that's in the Civil Rights Act.
Gets to do it, Now, like, I think the way it worked, like when I was a kid, it's almost like there was a gentleman's agreement, like, and there was a gentleman's agreement where it was kind of like, look, we know, like, bad things happened to minorities in this country in the past, and so we're not going to say, like, some of the things that we obviously know, and we'll even allow you to say a little bit about us. And that was kind of the gentleman's agreement. And at a certain point, it was like the progressive left particularly just broke this gentleman's agreement. And they were like, well, no, we're going to say everything that we want to say. And then eventually I feel like, the young white men were kind of like, okay, well then screw it. So then there's no gentleman's agreement anymore.
Right. So this is a bit disingenuous from Dave. And I'm not going to nitpick here because, once again, I don't think Dave is like a malicious individual. But this is fallacious for obvious reasons. Number one, after the civil rights, voting rights, fair housing acts were passed in the 60s, things were equal on the surface, which is to say nobody under the law could be discriminated against on the basis of race, sex, religion. You guys get the idea, gender. You couldn't discriminate against people on the basis of their identity as individuals. That is all the civil rights, voting rights, and fair housing acts did. All they did was say, on paper, discrimination against anybody on the basis of this identity is illegal. That's criminal. You can be punished for that. However, it didn't actually address the some 150, 200 years of cultural, psychological, and, socioeconomic damage that was caused by white supremacy and, state-sanctioned discrimination against these other groups. All it did was say, now, under the law, these people are equal, but it didn't actually create any kind of equality. And so it's disingenuous to say this because what happened after the Civil Rights and Voting Rights and Housing Rights Act was everybody was like, hey, let's celebrate, kumbaya, we did it, we won. There's no more discrimination in America, everybody's equal, yada, yada, yada. Let's all celebrate. This is a huge turning point in American history. But many of the academics and progressives and intellectuals, after the Civil Rights Act was passed, thought to themselves, wait a minute, no, this isn't the end of the story. There's still a lot more work to do. There's still huge disparities in median, home ownership and median housing income on the basis of race. There's still huge disparities in, who controls these various powers or these who has, control over these various institutions in society. So on paper we're all equal, but in practice there's really not that much equality when you actually look at the statistics and the breakdown, on the basis of data. And so that's what they have. That's what progressives did. That's what the left did. And people were like, "Hey, you're kind of poo-pooing this major turning point in American history, and you're bringing up race again." And everybody was like, "We just want to rest on our laurels. We want to celebrate this huge development. We want to watch the Cosby Show. We want to watch these multiracial ads. You got black people who are doing ads on primetime television. Black people are now able to have leading roles as professors and PWIs. And we just want to be able to celebrate that. And on the surface, everything is cool. On the surface, everything is as equal. But underneath the surface, deeper down, you have all these kinds of generational problems. And that's what the left was calling out. And, I guess to do that so soon after the Civil Rights Act was passed, I guess it does kind of sour the mood. It does kind of ruin the moment a bit, but they weren't wrong. Now, I think many of them use that as an opportunity to practice anti-white racism and express their grievances against white people in a way that wasn't appropriate, in a way that was racist, which kind of hindered their own movement and hampered them from actually accomplishing their goals. But the way this is being framed is just a bit lacking in substance and lacking in analysis.
And I remember I remember, I'm sure you saw this when Scott Adams had that comment a couple years ago, I guess it was, that went super viral. Scott Adams, who's unfortunately is, I think, very sick these days. Me and him have argued a few times on Twitter, but I was sad to hear that. But he said the thing, he was like, my advice to white people is just don't be around blacks. Like, just move away, move to a different neighborhood where they're not there. And I remember first hearing that and going like, yo, that's fucked up, dude. Yeah. And then like the second after I went, oh, that's fucked up, I went, this is exactly what I did. That is exactly what I did. I mean, I remember me and my wife were looking at the town that we ultimately moved to, and it's just like,
I mean, I don't blame him. You don't exactly want to live in Compton or Watts. I mean, I get it.
Like there was like a grading thing, when you look at towns and they're like schools, A+, like this, A+, this, A+, crime, A+, this, A+, and they go diversity, D-. And I was like, cool. Like, and it's not like I don't care, but it's like those other things are important to me.
Right,
and
right.
They do seem to be attached to this one. And so it's like, I think in order to kind of put this fire out, there would have to be some type of system where it's like, look, like white people are they can't be discriminated against under the law, and they can't be discriminated against in other ways either. And they have to also be allowed to.
I mean, the most simple solution to this is just have these conversations honestly and have like actual integration in society. I mean, America is still deeply segregated. Have actual integration in society where you have like actual racial quotas at every school in the country. But of course, if you do that, people are going to say it's totalitarian, it's anti-white, it's forced integration, it's violating the First Amendment and freedom of association. So there's obvious, easy solutions to this, but people don't want those solutions because they come with sacrifices.
Say what they want to say. And to your point, there are legitimate grievances that black people have. I mean, there is no, and this is my own bias, I guess, but much of it doing with government policy. Almost everything that's handed to them from the state is absolute garbage, and their schools are really bad, and there's like legitimate grievances there. I also think like welfare has done enormous damage.
100%. Dave is on the money here. What happens with welfare, Section 8, SNAP, WIC is it's good in the sense that it helps people stay afloat, but it's bad in the sense that people are so scared of losing those government benefits that it actually paralyzes them, and it prevents them from taking the necessary risk to increase their earnings, to increase their skills, to increase their value to the market. Because once you increase your income, you lose access to all these other benefits, which actually can make life harder. So what has to happen is you got to cut Section 8, you got to cut WIC, you got to cut SNAP, and only reserve that for the people who actually fall through the cracks. Not like a 22 or 23-year-old man who's like otherwise completely capable of working, who's just doing like a BS part-time job and he's relying on government benefits or whatever. I don't even know if they qualify, but I'm sure there's people who are on welfare who don't need it. But you got to cut WIC, SNAP, Section 8, all these vouchers programs, which takes up like 15% of the federal budget, trillions of dollars. You have to cut that, and you have to replace it with a different system, and people are not going to like it, but it's similar to what Singapore does, where everybody who has a job has to pay 15% of their income into a central provident fund or into some kind of state bank account. And that bank account is separate from their private account. And that bank account, that state bank account, is used to pay for their health care. It's used to pay for their housing. It's used to pay for their education. And your employer has to match whatever you put in. If you put in 10%, your employer has to put in 10%. If you put in 20%, your employer has to put in 20%. And the reason why this is so good is because it forces everybody to chip in. One, it incentivizes people to have a job. And two, it's not the state just giving out welfare because you're using your own money from your own income, your own paycheck to pay for your housing, your education, your medical care. It's just it takes a percentage out of your check. It takes a percentage out of your income or your salary or whatever, and your employer has to then match that. And it basically forces the people in the country to work jobs. Because you can't get that 10% chopped off your income to go into the state bank account to fund all your needs if you don't have a job, if you're not working. You don't just get free benefits for no reason. And it also forces your employers to match. So your employers actually have an incentive to look out for you, right? This is an actual viable solution in America, but people don't like taxes. People already complain about federal and state taxes, but on some level, these taxes are actually directly being used for your own benefit. So you have housing, you have healthcare, you have education, and nobody will ever fall behind. It's just, it requires a sacrifice.
But you kind of can't just blame all your problems on white people and racism. I mean, that actually is not really what's holding black people back in this country. And I think we have to be honest about that if we don't want things to go in an ugly direction.
Yeah, well, and I would say that a lot of what occurred under wokeism, I don't think it was all bad necessarily, because I think that, as I get older, I do recognize it's sort of funny. Like when I was a teenager, we were getting called racist for everything. Everything was racist, everything. And I feel like a lot of people started out saying, how's that racist? I remember used to, like you said earlier, if you called them black and not African American.
Right.
In like 2012, that was a problem. Or colored instead of person of color, whatever. And he'd say, I don't hate anybody for their race. I feel like people have kind of gone full circle. And now 10 years later, people are like, they actually hate non-white people and go, yeah, I'm racist, so what? And I don't know, I feel like maybe that's a mistake in a sense. I mean, I've said I'm racist, but like actually genuinely harboring racial hatred is bad. I think it's good as a society we move past that. I think it's good as a society we move past a lot of prejudice. And I think I agree that the new consensus just needs to be, just like you said, that basic conception of fairness, equality. And it really comes down to specificity with the language. Like everyone now talks about, are you racist? Are you not racist? I say, yeah, I'm a little racist. I think everyone's a little racist. Yeah, we're all a little prejudiced and we all believe in stereotypes. And what does that even really mean? But do I believe in cruelty? Hatred, violence? No. And I usually like to use those words because anyone who knows me, the number one racist, knows I'm not a cruel person. I'm not a hateful person. I'm not a violent person. Unless I'm put in a self-defense situation in my front door, let's say, because that is,
Forgot about that.
Tends to happen, and I think that.
I mean, I get what he's saying, but on some level, like, you do have to have a value system where anti-racism is just a huge part of it. And here's why. What happens is, in a system where or in a culture where racism is normalized, and even interpersonal racism is normalized, which is different from like state racism and racism on the basis of like all these various levers of power in society, academia, the media, the 501c3s, 501c4s, and the state, obviously, which is a completely different scale of racism. We're talking about just interpersonal racism. Even when culturally that's tolerated, the problem with that is that it leads subtly towards people wanting a more extreme version, towards people wanting like the intellectuals, the academics, the media, the state, the non-legacy media to kind of create a culture in which interpersonal racism is tolerated and normalized. And what happens is it does seed ground, it does create territory where people who are even more extreme, because it creates an appetite, people who are even more extreme get brought into the zeitgeist and they can kind of arrest the conversation. And I worry about that. But the other reason why is just as a basic value, like as an American, like if you're an employer and you have if you have a restaurant or some kind of retail store, it shouldn't even cross your mind the race of the person you're hiring if they meet all the criteria, if they're kind, if they're responsible, if they're punctual, if they are, you know, if they're competent. All those things should be way more important than just like, hey, this person's not white, or this person's not black, or this person's not Asian, or not Jewish, or not Hispanic. Like, you can't normalize that in society because it just normalizes more tribalism. And that tribalism will manifest in social and political and cultural outcomes that could have, unintended consequences. So that's the reason why I'm like, I don't even really like the normalization of racism against anyone, really. We have to have a zero tolerance policy on racism. It's not something that like you should cancel people or ruin people's lives for saying one racist thing online where they lose their job. I actually think that's counterproductive, where they lose their job, they lose their friends, their family turns their back on them. I actually don't think that's helpful for society. I actually think that's very counterproductive. But we do have to be like, hey, like, it's one thing to be prejudiced. It's one thing that, maybe believe in one or two stereotypes. It's one thing to refer to Asian people as Orientals as opposed to like Chinese or Japanese. It's a whole different thing to just like say, I'm not going to hire someone because they're black. I'm not going to hire someone because they're white. We have to have a zero tolerance policy on that at the very minimum, because that just directly contradicts core American values of like equality, justice, fairness. Anyways, that's the idea.
As a country, we could survive being racist. We can't survive like ontologically hating each other and not wanting the best for each other and wanting to kill and destroy each other. And that's why I think it's really important. It's like I said after that show, like we are going to need to fight. I do believe there is going to need to be like an intense political battle, and people are going to need to choose what side they're going to be on. And what side I'm not on is the side where someone gets shot in the neck and you celebrate, or someone gets stabbed in the neck with a knife and you make excuses for it, or even in Gaza, people are being blown to smithereens and you say, give them hell, they deserve it, whatever. It's like, we need to find a way.
Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying, but this is also a false dichotomy because, I mean, Nick's not a Republican in his defense, but it's a false dichotomy because in the current political climate, it is survival on the basis of what group you're in. If you're a lefty, if you are a communist, lesbian, Jew, who is a Democrat, and you're dating a transgender or something like that, the reality of the matter is like the right wing is an existential threat to you. Like they want to take away your health care. They want to call you a groomer, a pedophile. They want to dehumanize you in the media. Like if you are a left wing, if you're a left wing Jew, lesbian, or whatever, like the right wing is your existential threat, just based on their rhetoric and based on what they support politically and how they weaponize the state to use it in ways that harm your interest. So to them, it is like if there is less of those people, it works in their favor. And sometimes it looks like if somebody like Charlie Kirk is killed, people will defend it or rationalize it because Charlie Kirk did advocate things that actually presented an existential threat to these groups, to these subnational identities. And I'm not saying that justifies people celebrating or mocking his death. I think that's heinous. But at least the sentiment is born out of something more. The sentiment is born out of something more. It's born out of something deeper than just like hatred. It's born out of like a survival. It's born out of like a primordial feeling of like relief. Like, oh my God, this guy who was like pushing things that actively harmed our community is now gone. Thank goodness. I think it's coming from that place as opposed to just like, we're glad he's dead. So the dichotomy here is, and also on the right, on the right, when like a person like, Paul Pelosi or a Melissa Hortman, somebody who like is, pro drag queen or something like that, when that person gets killed, they're like, hey, good riddance, like we shouldn't celebrate. But the dichotomy we're in now is like people feel like politics represents an existential threat to their well-being. And when the stakes are that high, naturally people will be happy. People will prefer, when the stakes are that high, that their opponents are eliminated. It just makes sense naturally. So, this dichotomy where it's like there's the people who are unilaterally pro-life, unilaterally against murder, unilaterally against violence. It's not a real dichotomy. Both sides tolerate it. And I'm an independent. My ideals they transcend this two-party orthodoxy, so I can call out both sides. This is not a real dichotomy. Like, for everybody, it's life or death. That's how most people feel. Republicans feel that way. Democrats feel that way. It's life or death for us. White Christians are like, hey, Republicans want to bring a mass migration globalist agenda that destroys Christianity. And the left is like, hey, they want to take away gender affirming healthcare. They want to prevent gay marriage. They want to do all these other things that take away our basic rights. So the stakes are very high for both sides. And, this just dichotomy where it's like neither side is condoning of violence. That's not a real dichotomy. It's a fake dichotomy. It's made up. But I get what he's saying. If somebody gets killed publicly, even if we disagree with them, or if somebody gets stabbed on a railway, you shouldn't have people like Tariq Nasheed saying the FBI or the CIA was behind it because they're like hyper cynical. We should all come together and be able to say on a very basic and fundamental level, murder is evil, assassinations are evil, political violence is evil. That's our position as Americans. Like I agree with what he's saying. I agree with the sentiment. I agree with the thrust. It's just it's not really, it doesn't really translate to the actual political environment we're in.
And I'm Christian, of course, but we need to take most of the right and some of the left even against the kind of nihilistic element on the far left, because I really believe they are the problem. I think they are driving a lot of the issues here.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I do agree with you that there was something, it was one of those examples that really pushes you up to the limit of like speech versus inciting violence. But like, there is something like dude, there was just a major political assassination. This is a dangerous moment for this country, and you're just making a video about
driving a lot of the issues here.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I do agree with you that there was something, about how great
people are saying the sound is low.
Really pushes you up to the limit of like speech versus inciting.
I'm listening to it on my phone. The audio sounds completely fine to me. I feel like I'm being trolled.
About how great
People are saying the sound is low. I'm listening to it on my phone. The audio sounds. Oh, it's my microphone audio. Damn, that's tragic. Let me turn up my Lord have mercy. Shh. I have to turn up the gain, I guess. That's probably a lot better. Damn, dude. All right, well, at least we got it fixed now. People were saying my audio was low. Well, it should be good now. Lord have mercy. All right. Well, we're going to go back. We're going to start the video again. My apologies, y'all. I mean, there's still a lot of time left in this video, so whatever.
Great it was, and I 100% agreed with your take. I think it was on.
Hold on, let me check the sound levels on the live stream. All right. Well, we're going to go back. We're going to start the video again. My apologies, y'all. I mean, there's still a lot of time left in this video, so whatever.
Great it was, and
yeah, it's just because Lord, I just don't. The problem with turning up the gain so much is that it creates like an ambient static in the background. So you just got to be careful with that. Great it was, and yeah, it's just because Lord, I just don't. The problem with turning up the gain so much is that it creates like an ambient static in the background. So you just got to be careful with that. Yeah, it's just because Lord, I just don't. The problem with turning up the gain so much is that All right, we should be good to go now.
Greenwald or Patrick Bet David, one of those two shows, where you were just like, yeah, they should get fired from their job, and like, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, there is a level, and yes, you do have to work out your own hierarchy of moral outrages or whatever. But again, it's sometimes these things are somewhat arbitrary. I shouldn't even say. I guess exactly where you draw the line feels kind of arbitrary. You know, in the same way, like we all know, like, okay, a 6-year-old can't drive a car, but a 25-year-old has to be able to. Like, I don't know. There's somewhere you got to draw the line. And like, if a woman is getting fired for posting "All Lives Matter," that's insane. But like, if you're getting fired for, it's like, I don't know. You know, I had a buddy of mine, who made he got fired from his job because he made a video singing Kanye West's Heil Hitler song, and it was like, well, yeah, dude, you know, like, I don't know, yeah, a lot of employers are gonna look at that and be like, yeah, dude, I can't have people doing that, and that's not nearly as bad as celebrating someone who just got murdered. By the way, I know you're friends with Kanye. Gotta say, dude, Kanye's album College Dropout spoke to my soul. It was the year I dropped out of college. He made this album College Dropout, and I always loved
legendary album.
There's one really beautiful song on there called Family Business, and I heard it earlier today, and man, it hits different after Cousins. The whole story is about his cousin, and I always thought it was such a nice song, but after Cousins, you're like, man, this one has a whole different tone to it.
I'm sorry, guys, I can't do new Kanye. Like, new Kanye, new Drake, it's all garbage to me. It's all garbage. All of it. Like, now, literally the only thing I listen to now is like, I can listen to some new R&B. Some new R&B is pretty good. I love old R&B, 2000s, 1990s. That's my jam. 1970s, 1980s R&B, soul music. Sisters with Voice, SWV. Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, Sade. All that stuff is like right in my wheelhouse. But if I'm going to listen to rap music, like, I'm going to listen to something new, or I'm not, like, I'm going to listen to like something that's more of like a bop, more of like a jam, something that you can dance to. Like, all this drill stuff is garbage. And, you know, I just can't bump new Kanye. You know, Kanye, the fall from grace was crazy. And that's why, me personally, I don't ever know if I could do Fame. Like, Fame for me, it would have, like, if I was famous, I would do what Whitney Webb does, where I'd be very selective about my interviews. I'd be very selective about who I'd take money from. I'd be very selective about what media ecosystem I get absorbed into. Like, I wouldn't just dive headfirst into fame because I'm a very reserved person. I'm very private about my life. I'm very private about my feelings. So, I don't know if I could do fame because look at what happened to Kanye, man. Dude, the fall from grace was just crazy. I don't know. Like if I chose to be famous, it would be I would share very little about my personal life. That's number 1. I probably would not travel all that much. I would probably only selectively do interviews with certain people. And most of the time it would probably be through Zoom or something like that. Occasionally maybe I'd go out in person. But yeah, I don't know, man. Fame is dangerous. People don't understand what fame does to people. People need to be real. Like when you become a public figure, it just fundamentally transforms your life. It transforms your identity. It transforms like just everything about like you just never get that same level of privacy and intimacy that you once had in your life. And once you lose that, like you lose everything. Like you want to reserve some intimacy, some privacy, some humanity in your life. Like you don't want to sacrifice all that for fame. So anyways, that's just my 2 cents. Like I would never show my family. I'd never show my kid. I'd never tell people where I live. Like I would keep strong barriers, strong boundaries. Because you don't want to end up like Kanye where people know everything about your life. Anyways, that's just an aside, but just an interesting thought.
Anyway, all right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor.
Nope, Dave, we're not watching your ads, buddy. I love you, but we're not watching your ads. We didn't come here to see that. Can we skip this ad? Lord.
So I did. Okay, I want to. This is something else because I texted you. I wanted to talk about this, and so I wanted to kind of because this was another thing that I heard you bring up recently, and it's one that particularly frustrates me. And whenever something particularly frustrates me, I'm always like, okay, what? Yeah, and then I got to figure out why exactly. I remember one time back in the day, Glenn Greenwald. This was when he broke the Snowden story, and he went on Lawrence O'Donnell's show, and Lawrence O'Donnell said to him, he was like, Glenn, I've read all your reporting, and honestly, like, video singing Kanye West's really book in there called Family.
New Drake, it's all garbage to me. It's all garbage. All of it. Like, now, literally the only thing I listen to now.
I just don't care.
By the way, guys, sorry if you see me pausing. I just want to make sure the audio is good. Please let me know if the audio is good in the comment section.
I got nothing to hide. Like, I don't care if the government wants to look through my phone. I got nothing to hide. I remember Glenn was talking about it, and he was like, there was something about it that just made me so angry, and I kind of couldn't figure out what it was. And then it dawned on me that it was like, well, yeah, obviously you have nothing to fear,
Yeah,
Lawrence
right.
O'Donnell. It's only the journalists who do real journalism who have anything to worry about, And there's this dynamic that I see.
People are saying they can't hear me in the chat. Is that true? Beatus89, you can't hear me?
Have nothing to fear.
Yeah,
Lawrence O'Donnell. It's only the journalists who do real journalism who have anything to worry about, And there's this dynamic that I see.
People are saying they can't hear me in the chat. Is that true? Beatus89, you can't hear me? Oh, he's trolling. Okay.
Building up on the right, and I will. And again, these are not people who I have anything personally against, but like Matt Walsh, Tim Pool. Tim's been very good to me. I consider him a friend. But they've all kind of taken this line of like, I don't care.
Right.
I don't care what's going on with Israel. Like, why are you guys so obsessed? Why are you so? And there's something so particularly enraging about it. And I think part of it is because I really genuinely believe, like, guys like me and you are like, we'd love to not talk about this.
Right.
That's kind of our whole argument.
Yes.
Our whole argument is that this shouldn't be a thing we even have to talk about. But saying, why are you obsessed with it? It's like in 2006, I'm sitting here and I go, look, I'm a non-interventionist. But why is everyone
By the way, this is, just to be clear about this, let me be very clear about this. This divide on Israel, this is like the dividing line. This is the line in the sand. If you still support Israel in 2025, you're no longer valid. There's America first and there's Israel first. That's the divide. If you're not calling out Israel, you're not a legitimate voice. You're just not. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, when it all comes down to it, Israel is a small country in the Middle East with 9 million people and a GDP of $500 billion. Okay? Saudi Arabia is richer than Israel. Turkey is richer than Israel. The UAE, Qatar combined are richer than Israel. We have all these relationships that we need to manage in the Gulf with Saudi Arabia, with Turkey. We have to manage diplomacy with Iran. And we should not sacrifice all that just to please Israel. Those relationships are far more important than our relationship with Israel by orders of magnitude. So at this point, when our country, when AIPAC has a 98% success rate, running major media organizations who are in Congress, who have dual nationality or dual citizenship with Israel, have property in Israel, are having secret meetings and private relationships with the Ministry of Defense or with the federal government of Israel, that is a problem. If people in this country are signing up to go fight in Israel's wars, which you can do, you are allowed to do that, by the way. Israel has had thousands of people from America since October 7th go over to Israel to fight in the IDF against Hamas. American citizens, thousands. If you do that, you need to immediately lose your citizenship. You're fighting for America, not Israel. Why are you going over there to die in their wars? That's crazy. They don't care about us. They wouldn't send their soldiers to come fight for us. So we need to just be honest and sober here. There's America first, and then there's the Israel defenders and the Israel sympathizers. You can't play both sides. They're a small country. They have, as I said, $540 billion a year GDP. They're not that wealthy. They don't have the same oil resources as Saudi Arabia or the Gulf. They don't have any real natural resources. They don't have rare earths. They're not like a gold-rich country. They're a small country in the desert that has no natural resources, a small GDP, and a small population. And the amount of influence they have over our country with a $28 trillion a year GDP and 350 million people is disproportionate. And the fact that Israel is literally sinking our international reputation and straining our relationships with Gulf countries, straining our relationships with Turkey, straining our diplomacy with Iran, that's a real problem. They should not have that much power over us. Not at all. That's all I'm saying. That's my take on Israel. So anybody who's still defending Israel, you got to be suspicious of those people.
Talking about Iraq. Like, why do you have to? Well, because that's where we're intervening. So, like, how can you sit here and be like, I'm a non-interventionist? Like, you're taking the correct policy position from my perspective, so I at least give you credit for that. But the thing is, we are intervening. We are currently being interventionists. And also, like, if your whole thing is like, I want to focus on America, I don't want to go fight other wars. Well, who's pulling us into wars?
Right.
It ain't Lebanon. You know what I mean? Like, so like, what, it just seems like cowardice to me. Like, how do you get, and it does seem like that message is resonating with like some people, as I just think it's profoundly unfair. Like the whole point of all of this is that it is an American destruction of Gaza. This isn't Israel doing it. Netanyahu goes around and brags about what Israel can do. Israel can't do shit. Israel can only do things because they have the full backing of the United States of America. So like, sorry, if you're in the world of talking about these things, you don't get to pass on this one. Like, you got to have an opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're talking about politics, like, dude, if you're Tim Pool, you have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, nearly 1 million subscribers. Why on earth, as one of the most influential voices in conservative politics, are you downplaying the influence of Israel on America's political system? That's crazy. It almost feels like a psyop. It feels like a psychological operation. It feels like gaslighting. As one of the most influential figures in American politics and independent media, you have to be talking about this. Like, the influence is undeniable, and to still deny it, you're either willfully ignorant, which is the at best assumption, or you are a maligning, paid off force, which is the most cynical assumption.
I saw that too, and it's become very popular over the past year and a half. I see a lot of the young men, they watch Matt Walsh, they watch this other stuff, and they say, well, yeah, I just don't really care about Israel that much. I care about America. And I saw Matt Walsh say that on Tucker. He said,
That's not a real position.
And you can tell that it is like a rhetorical innovation, because let's be honest, this is an issue that people like Matt Walsh don't want to talk about, because he works for Ben Shapiro, and he knows, like Candace Owens, if you drift too far in that subject, you lose your job. And he likes having a job. So you get it. Now, this is an extremely contentious issue also, and it's very topical. It's in the news, and he knows the question's coming. Are you pro-Israel? Are you anti-Israel? There's people who feel very strongly about it. And you could tell this is like a rhetorical device. It's a cop-out where you can say, I'm not pro-Israel, but I'm not anti-Israel. I just don't care. And that really pissed me off, because
that's not a real position. That's just not a real position.
It seems like you're feigning ignorance. You're either lying or you're really ignorant. And the reason why is because, be that as it may, that you don't care about Israel, we happen to be supporting their war, and it's actually hurting us. And there's other things too. Obviously, it's a big subject. There's a lot of this stuff going on. And so people say, well, let them kill each other. If you've been paying attention, one side's doing a lot more killing. Yeah. We're paying for it. We are, on the hook for all of it. And, so when they say, well, all that stuff, we don't care about it, whatever, be that as it may, it is going on. And until it stops or changes, we can't stop talking about it. It's like you said, we don't want to be obsessed with it, but if you talk about it, you get canceled. We have to talk about getting canceled. We have to talk about the thing in itself. And when that changes, similar on the same vein, people like Matt Walsh say, well, we should just end all foreign aid. It's like, okay, but they get like all of it. And it's not ending anytime soon. So you could sit there with your arms folded and say, well, I think we should end the foreign aid, but like it's not really a big issue. Well, then you're in favor of the status quo. And that's kind of the whole point, is like, even if you're recusing yourself or you're complacent, if you're doing anything other than actively opposing, you're passively supporting the ongoing status quo. And that needs to be said.
Right.
That's why there is you can't have a middle of the road position on Israel when the stakes are so high. We're talking about, what is the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years of American politics going to look like? Are we going to have national sovereignty? Are we actually going to be represented as a nation, or is the state going to constantly surrender to the interest of a foreign government? You can't have a middle ground position on something like that. You're either on the side of the nation, which is the people of America, or you're on the side of this foreign government. You can't have a middle ground position on that. You can't say, well, sometimes I'm with this foreign country controlling us. Sometimes I'm with the people of America and their interests. You can't have a middle position on that. You're one or the other. And in a situation where all the inertia is drifting towards this foreign government, being in the middle is ceding ground to that foreign government. You understand? It's very simple logic.
It just seems like, as you said, there's a price tag to be paid for opposing Israel, and you don't wish to pay that price. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but your entire worldview, even down to the non-interventionist, clearly says you have to oppose this, but you don't want to pay the price, and so you'll just go like, oh, you guys are obsessed. You guys are obsessed with this issue. It's like, oh, it's a pretty relevant issue.
Yeah.
And like, and it's a disaster for the Trump base.
Right.
I mean, it's like just politically, it's a disaster for the Democrats also. It's a huge part of the reason why they lost in 2024, and not just because their base was so against the thing, but because it sucked all the energy out of the room that they needed to be in opposition of Trump. They needed young people to be their shock troops like they were in 2016 and 2020. And all those young people were protesting a genocide.
Right.
And they just weren't going to turn around and be outraged by Tony Hinchcliffe, doing a routine at Madison Square Garden after that. It's just impossible. So it was devastating to them, but they're still going to support Israel no matter what. And now Donald Trump, they say, oh, look, they're destroying the Trump coalition. And it's like, well, we're kind of not budging on this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know what to say. Like, this is not, look, it's not just, first of all, just for moral reasons. Like, I'm not budging on an issue of genocide. I'm not doing that. But on top of that, just for sovereignty reasons, for the obvious, look, at the very least, even if you don't go nearly as far as me, let alone as far as you, Benjamin Netanyahu is a neocon at the very least, right? Like at the very least, he's a guy who testified before Congress advocating we fight the war in Iraq, in Libya, and advocates we fight a regime change war in Iran. If a guy with that track record was appointed as Secretary of State or as the Defense Secretary, every non-interventionist has to be against that guy. So how can you can't be for him? Like, it's just, and I do think that, I think there's like, they don't want to pay the price of being an Israel critic, but I think there's a new price that's going to come from not.
It's your credibility. It's your reputation. Why would you hang your reputation on defending a genocidal country that is subverting our own sovereignty? Why would you hang your credibility and your reputation on that? That is an insane thing to do. Unless you were being paid by that country, there's no logical reason why you would ever stake your career on that. That's just crazy.
Taking a stand on this at all.
I totally agree. And I have kind of made that my mission. Like, people hate the Groypers because the Groypers swarm on the internet. And
they sure do. They sure do, those bastards.
Even among my good friends who happen to be Jewish, they swarm and they make people upset, and they're applying pressure. And that was something that I did very intentionally in 22. I did my AFPAC 3 conference. We invited Joe Kent, who was running for Congress, and he was America First. He's from the intel community, anti-war. I think his wife tragically was killed in Syria, and by all appearances seemed to be a good faith critic of the war machine. We invited him to our conference. He didn't show up. And then the next day, even though he wasn't even there, he disavowed me and said, I disavow Nick Fuentes. That's not populism. He said, particularly his views on Israel. And I said, see, that's the problem, because, and this is going on to this day, whether it's Kent, Trump, Biden, Charlie Kirk, if you go against Israel, they make you pay a heavy price. AIPAC is coming in with the berserkers, the ADL's coming in, like, you're going to pay. So what do? Hey, I got to get them off my back. I got to disavow you. I have to sign the letter. It's easier. It's the path of least resistance. I said, we have to create an opposing force and push in the other direction. We need people to know that if you go too in favor of Israel or condemn the Israel critical right, you're going to pay a heavy price too. You're going to get, and we don't have money power, but we got people power. You're going to have somebody in your district asking you about Israel at every stop. You're going to have stickers put up. We're going to make a website. We're going to do this. He lost by 2,000 votes. He lost by like less than 1%. Biggest upset in the.
You have to get to a point where we are now. It is a life or death situation. Our government is literally using every single resource they possibly can to silence anybody who criticizes a foreign government. That is not a scenario where you can't sit on the fence in that scenario. If you care about our sovereignty as a country, you cannot sit on the fence in that environment. You just cannot, and then expect to be taken seriously. They're using Palantir. They're using Instagram. They're using TikTok. All of these various social media platforms to silence anybody who criticizes Israel. You want to talk about violations of the First Amendment? You want to talk about subverting free speech? You want to talk about undermining our national sovereignty? Our ability to criticize another government? That's a perfect example of that. And all these people want to fearmonger about Muslims? These people want to spend more time talking about Dearborn, Michigan, one city in one state, an irrelevant city. And the only reason it even gets any national attention is because it's majority Muslim. That's it. They want to talk about that, but they won't talk about Israel and Larry Ellison buying out a major share in TikTok so that they can silence anybody who criticizes their government. They won't talk about people being deported to or sent to prison to detainment centers in Louisiana, or deported from the country, or having their visas revoked for criticizing Israel. Are you kidding me? And you expect to be taken seriously as a conservative political commentator? There's no way. You lose all credibility. You lose all credibility, and you should. That is the dividing line. If you are Matt Walsh, if you are Tim Pool, you've lost all credibility at this point, because you cowered. You cowered, you hid, you didn't stand up for what was right, you didn't stand up for American sovereignty, and you sold out for money or to preserve your career in this right-wing media machine because you didn't want to lose your connections. But the real ones, the Candaces, the Fuentes, the Dave Smith, those people deserve all the respect they're getting because they said what needed to be said. That's the difference.
The midterms. Now, maybe that was us, maybe it wasn't, but you can't know for sure. Now, looking back, would he have made the same remark? Maybe not, because he says it wasn't worth it. And I'm a big believer in, we got to get serious. And this was the idea behind Groyper War II. This was the idea behind the, what do they call them in Michigan in the Democratic primary? They voted like no preference.
Yeah.
We need to make it visible and known, like, yeah, AIPAC has the money, we have the votes. And like you said, we can't budge on that.
Okay, so here's where I would slightly disagree with you. Although I get your point. I certainly get the point about like making there has to be a price tag also for this. But to be completely fair here, you also have painted yourself into this position where you've and look, I'm not like being judgmental. First of all, as I said, this is something I think just as a society we're going to have to figure out going forward. Now that everybody's online all the time, people can't be ruined over what they said in their fucking 20s. It's just too crazy. It's too crazy. Everybody says, like, whatever. Anyone interesting has said crazy shit in their fucking 20s. That being said, it's not disavowing you. It's not just the anti-Israel shit. There's also all the Nazi shit on top of it. And I don't mean like you're a Nazi. I mean, okay, a lot of it might be sarcasm. A lot of it is that you kind of are the best at channeling like the energy of like talking shit on an Xbox controller. So like when I was a kid, we didn't have those, you know, you didn't talk on video games, but we talked shit like that. Like I know that energy and I'm fond of it. But I could see where like anybody who's got to get anywhere in politics is like, listen, I have to, like, I can't take all that baggage.
Yeah.
So in other words,
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, give credit to Nick where it's due, but be honest. We have to be honest, okay? Was he unfairly maligned for a long time and shut into the closet and have the door locked on him? Yes. And was that fair? No. But at the same time, we can't act like this isn't the same guy, Nick Fuentes, who said having sex with the black guy was like having sex with a dog. We're not going to act like this isn't the same guy who has denied the Holocaust on multiple occasions. We're not going to act like the same guy who hasn't, jokingly or not, made jokes about killing Ben Shapiro in a video game. We're not going to act like this is not the same guy who said if half of the black population was in jail, if women would shut the fuck up, and if the Jews didn't run society, we'd be living in paradise. Like, you said all those things, and he's said he has said way more crazy things beyond that aren't coming to my mind right now, but we have to be honest. You don't get to just walk past all that after saying it for 8 or 9 years. That's not how that works. You have a digital footprint. Okay, everybody has a digital footprint. I have a digital footprint, which is why I'm very careful about what I say online. I'm very careful about what I say on YouTube. I'm very careful about what I post on Instagram, on Twitter, and wherever else. So yeah, you got to be honest. That's all I'm saying. I don't like when people act surprised about there being consequences for the things that they say in a public environment. I've never thought that was a realistic or mature way of living in the world.
Is a difference between, say, disavowing just the anti-Israel position and disavowing like all the extra shit on top of that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I get what you mean, but in that particular case, he went out of his way. Like, he wasn't
Right.
even associated with me. You know, we did happen to be talking privately, but it wasn't known. And my point is that it's this idea that disavowing is cheap. It's the path of least
Yeah.
resistance. And maybe that's might be a bad example. This is a little contentious. You're right. But to signal allegiance to Israel, it's easier to signal my allegiance, because he said in particular, I disavow Nick Fuentes and his views on Israel. If he said he's too extreme, he's a Hitler lover, that would have been one thing, because like you said, no politician can be forced to accept baggage like that, trying to win in a purple district.
Right.
But said his views on Israel, an alarm bell went up, and I said, no, this won't do. Because, and in particular, the Matt Walsh faction, I'm sure he's a good guy. I don't hate him as a guy. He's Catholic, he's white, he's very conservative. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he represents a faction of like quietists, where they're going to go with the Israel-controlled right to get where they need to go. And I think that's part, name of the show, it's part of the problem. That's a big part of the problem. There needs to be a faction, sadly, that is dedicated to strictly, explicitly America first. Because like you said, I mean, what even motivated me is that tension where Trump said, no, the new doctrine's America first, not small government conservatism, it's this. And I said, yeah, but there's one glaring exception to that, it seems. And they're trying to tell us, well, forget about it. Except that's the most important exception. That's the exception that proves.
Small government conservatism is not a real ideology. It's not a real philosophy when you literally have oligarchs controlling the government. Like, it's small government for everybody else, but the government gets huge once these oligarchs take over it and they get to seize power of all these various levers of state influence. Like, that just doesn't work. Like, there's just no way. Like, it's small government for us because the government doesn't want to meet the needs of its citizens, because that requires either more taxes or it requires the government undertaking more responsibilities. It's small government for us, but it's not small government when Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates needs a massive government subsidy to take on like this, to scale their operations. Like, it's small government for us, but not for them. How does that work? Right? It just doesn't make sense. There has to be consistency across the board, or else the whole thing just falls through. In a country where the wealth disparity is so extreme, like it is here in the States, at some point, there's going to be a tension. People will only tolerate people will only tolerate an increasing, diminishing return on their labor for so long before they start to realize, wait a minute, we're kind of being screwed over here. And then they start to realize, okay, we're being screwed over, but the government is doing all these big tech guys all these favors. There's a fundamental imbalance of power there that creates a tension that must be resolved. And the only way for that tension to be resolved is for the state to actually do things to serve the interests of the people in the nation, so they actually get some kind of return on their labor. So they get some kind of benefit from being a citizen and paying their taxes and so on and so forth.
The rules. So that's why I'm very insistent and militant on the right wing that people kind of make it known where they stand, because it's a betrayal.
Well, I do as well. I agree with that.
100%.
I mean, I think that there's got to be some type of pressure, because otherwise it's all going in the other direction, And I agree with you, and I try my best. There's like, even when I said with Jordan Peterson, like I think Matt Walsh is as silly as it is. I thought the what is a woman thing was really important.
Yeah,
It was like
I agree.
it did a lot of good for the culture. And so you try to give those people credit, but at the same time, yeah, you're right. I mean, this is a very big issue of national sovereignty and American interests. And you're right. He's quite willing to go along with it. And I do want to, I'll say that, and I swear, I'm not just like saying this to
You just can't duck the question anymore. It's unduckable. You can't duck the question. If you do, you lose credibility. It's that simple. That's the equation.
preface it, but so there was because I do want to talk a little bit about the stuff that because we kind of had a bit of a public feud. No,
Yeah.
no, like, and I don't care about like feelings and stuff, but I want to talk about the issues. But I will say this, right? So when I did the Douglas Murray debate, I had always, I've been doing big shows for a few years now, and I'm always taking the controversial issue of whatever the current thing is. And it's not because I just want to be a contrarian. Like, I don't know. It's just always wrong. And it's always so like when it was the COVID lockdowns, I was against that. And when it was the vaccine, I was against that. And when it was the Ukraine war, I was against that. And I would go on like road.
I disagree with Dave's position on the Ukraine war. I think his position on Ukraine is it's just dumb. Like, sorry. This kind of just a side off, but I want to touch on this real quick just because he brought it up. The United States literally became a global power by forging various security alliances with European countries, with Asian countries, by putting military bases in North Africa, in Central America, in East Asia, in the Middle East. That is a large part of why our country is so powerful and successful. If you have a country like Ukraine, who for 3 years has been fighting against Russia and has done a remarkably good job, they have, by all metrics, exceeded expectations. And you have a country like Russia, where the average life expectancy is 67 years old. There's corruption from the highest level to the lowest level. It's run by kleptocrats. They have an alcohol problem in their society. There's mental illness problems in their society. They only have 135 million people in their population, and they are literally running their society and their economy dry, trying to fight against a smaller Eastern European country. Russia is our biggest adversary, and Ukraine is doing remarkably well. Why would we not want to push Russia to the brink to completely collapse their civilization and completely collapse their country? That's geopolitics. That's real power politics. We have the strongest military on earth. Why would we not make use of it? We spend $1 trillion a year on the military, and we have this small country in Eastern Europe that is fighting one of our biggest adversaries ever. And the United States, and they're not winning, but they're doing far better than most people assumed. Why would we not push Russia to the brink? We should push them to the brink. And we're not even the ones fighting the war. It's a proxy war. So it actually makes sense to arm Ukraine to defeat Russia. And the reason why this is so good, not just for the fact that we should defend our allies, the United States government created an international order after World War II under the UN. We're a permanent member of the UN Security Council. We pass binding resolutions that become international law. When a country like Russia violates the international order and tries to, through brute force, conquer a neighboring country, which completely goes against the UN, the Geneva Conventions, all that kind of stuff, why would we just allow them to do that? That doesn't make sense, because there is an international order that the United States has preserved for almost 100 years now, and it has done many good things for us, and it has kept us at, as a global power. It has allowed us to have primacy globally for so long. Why would we just let that erode and let Russia take over Ukraine for no reason without putting up any fight? That's insane. What kind of message does that send to Russia? Now they can go and conquer Belarus. Now they can go after Central Asian countries. What kind of message does that send to China? Okay, now they can just go into Taiwan because they know we're going to abandon all our allies. And a large part of our strength internationally is that we have allies. Japan, South Korea, like, The reason why they don't have nuclear weapons right now and there's not a nuclear race in East Asia is because of our security guarantees. If we can cripple and push Russia to the brink and collapse their economy and collapse their society through proxy warfare, through asymmetrical warfare, through sanctions, through economic warfare, we should use all those measures because it sends a message to them that, one, they can't defeat us. Two, it humiliates their country. It demoralizes their society. But beyond that, it forces them to play by our rules, and it shows them you can't just invade neighboring countries. You have to go along with the international order that we created if you want to survive internationally. Otherwise, you will be isolated and destroyed. Why would we not send that message to them? Like, I just think Dave's anti-intervention, isolationist ideology, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't comport with the reality of why America has become such a strong country.
Rogan's show right when it's a white hot issue and be making the case against. And so I'd get a lot of like pushback, but I was kind of like used to the level. But then after the Douglas Murray one, I mean, I really rose up on Israel's most wanted list, and I was swarmed and in what seemed to be kind of coordinated, but you know, I don't know. But there just all of a sudden, like my Twitter experience changed, and it's everybody with, you know, like everyone with Hebrew, you know, letters in their name is furious at me and all this. And I had never really been like, I had never quite had that before. I'd never quite had like a mob after me like that. Mm-hmm. And here we are. This is happening. It's this year. I'm 42. I was under no real concern. You know, like at this point, it's like the censorship regime seems to have been rolled back. Joe Rogan's got my back. Tucker Carlson has my back. I'm kind of fine. Like I never actually thought Douglas Murray was going to get me canceled, you know? Mm-hmm. So like I'm fine. I'm 42. I got a great job. I'm making really good money. I got a hot wife. I got beautiful kids, and I'm Jewish. I'm as inoculated against like falling into this as you could be. And I will tell you, man, like there were moments where I just found myself be like fucking like, dude, it's like by the time you're having the most disingenuous, annoying fucking like rabbi, like just and doing like the dumbest thing ever, you know, they attack you, and then if you defend yourself, they go, he doth protest too much. You know what I'm saying? You're like, fuck you. And it almost feels in a way like it almost seems like that's the point of their existence.
Yes.
You know, like it almost seems like Rabbi Shmuley, you're like, what fucking character from Adolf Hitler's play did you spring to life in and like become? And so, okay, so if I'm going to be completely honest, it's like, I see that, and then I go, well, let me try to put myself in the perspective of
Rabbi Shmuley. It's funny that he brought him up. Rabbi Shmuley, when you actually look in hindsight, has done so much damage to Israel's rep. It's actually insane. Like people, I don't know if people, the Israelis are so bad at Hasbara. It's incredible. How do you have a guy like Rabbi Shmuley as a representative for your cause? All of these Israelis who are doing Hasbara are the most emotional, unstable, fanatical people I've ever seen in my life. Rabbi Shmuley, out of every single Hasbara agent Israel has, he has to be the one who has done the most reputational damage by far. It doesn't even come close. Like, the dude is just a complete nut job. Every time I see him on Twitter, this dude is getting ratioed like crazy. He'll post a tweet, it'll get like 200, 300 likes, like 1,000 comments, 2,000 comments, where he's just getting ratioed. It's crazy. I don't know how a guy like Rabbi Shmuley can be your representative. That's beyond me. Like if you're gonna do if you're Israel, if you're gonna do Hasbara, you need people who are psychopaths. You need psychopaths. You need sociopaths. You need Patrick Batemans. You need Jews who are psychopathic, who have no emotions, who have that iron in them, and their soul is made of steel, and they recite Hasbara talking points with complete and utter resolve. And they constantly say human shields, Hamas at October 7th, XYZ, you know, etc., etc. And they have to do it with a blank stare on their face. you can't have, or you have to have someone who's charismatic, but you can't have somebody who's like an emotional wreck, like Rabbi Shmuley doing your Hasbara for you. It just looks so bad optically.
Like when you were talking, it really hit home with me when you were talking to Patrick Bet-David about Ben Shapiro quote tweeting you, and like how fucked up that is, dude, to like go after someone and say you're so young at the time, and like there is, so like I understand like getting pushed to the level of like fuck the Jews, like I get it, and I understand why people, I've seen lots of people get like pushed to that, and I would also say in addition to that, one of the things that's been kind of interesting to me is that there's been one of the parts of the campaign against me since then, which Douglas Murray himself penned in an op-ed for the New York Post, and every Ziobot or Zionist account on Twitter is.
Here's the funny thing I'll say, actually. This is an interesting thing. I want to point this out about Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray is... Here's what's funny about these academic types. Douglas Murray only gets respect and he only has credibility in these like Western chauvinist circles. Nobody outside that actually likes Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray is a pseudo-intellectual and a faux sophisticate. He's one of these guys who has a British accent and he likes to talk suave and talk sophisticated, but he actually doesn't know shit. He actually doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. This guy has a British accent and he walks around with a scarf and he has this like, you know, this professor look to him, and you know, he talks all fancy. This dude has a bachelor's degree in English, and his big claim to fame was being like a Western chauvinist. That's his big claim to fame. No, and a faux sophisticate pseudo-intellectual who's like a fake philosopher. Nobody outside, let's be very clear here, nobody outside of like this Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, New Atheist circle actually respects Douglas Murray. The masses don't respect Douglas Murray. The masses are fucking with Nick Fuentes. They like Dave Smith. They're rocking with Tucker Carlson because those are the people who are actually talking the real stuff. Douglas Murray is a clown. And Douglas Murray actually did more damage to his... The only people who respect Douglas Murray are Zionist Jews, are faux sophisticates who are Zionists, and the people who are in like this pseudo-intellectual, fake academic, you know, Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris circle. But nobody else actually respects Douglas Murray. He has no credibility. That's all I want to say.
Is that I'm not really Jewish. Douglas Murray said in his article, he goes, Dave Smith claims some Jewish ancestry, which is just like so bizarre. And then a bunch of these people are like, they're like, well, he had one Jewish grandfather, but that doesn't count because his mother wasn't Jewish, so he's not a Jew, which is like the weirdest goddamn thing. And okay, so I'm starting this conversation with two pretty big concessions, but I mean both of them. And I will say that did kind of open my eyes a little bit to go like, look, why is it that they want to take that away from me? You know, like, why is it that they must first...
My mom brought me some coffee, guys.
Remove that, or at least attempt to remove that. And that is because there is a layer of added protection.
I'm going to take a quick sip of this. Oh, yeah, that's good coffee.
That you get. There is, it is, and look, part of this is natural. It is tougher to convince people that a black guy hates black people. Now, you could be a black guy who hates black people, but it's just like a lot less likely. Yes. You know, we all kind of giggle at, what's his name out in California? The blackface of
Jesse
white
Lee
supremacy
Peterson.
Type shit.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
But I certainly would at least concede that there is at least a layer of protection to being a Jewish guy who criticizes Israel, and that's bullshit. Like, that's bullshit. It shouldn't be like that. Any American, I was even going to say any American taxpayer, but that's stupid too. Any American. It doesn't even matter if you're a net tax drug. You have freedom of speech, and you can say what you want to, and you can have opinions.
We need American nationalism. American nationalism. The Mexicans, the whites, the blacks, the Jews, the Asians, everybody needs to come together and vouch for American sovereignty so that we reclaim our birthright away from Israel, a foreign government. This is a black and white issue.
about a foreign government. You can have opinions about a people. Like, you have the right to have that. And so I will concede, number one, I understand where there's a tendency to like kind of blame Jews. I also understand that there's an unfair degree of
They need to get into the Jewish question here. They need to get into the Jewish question here because they're on the cusp of the issue, but they're not talking about it.
protection that you get. However, I think you were also very unfair in the way you came at me and saying that the only reason I'm on these shows is because I'm a Jew or something. I mean, it seemed to me, and again, I say this, like, I like you. I've always liked you. I say this, it seemed insane to come at me over that. Is it like your issue you said on Candace was that I didn't deny the Holocaust or something, or that I wasn't willing to question World War II, which I've been pretty famous for defending the biggest questioner of World War II. I think 40% of my interviews are just asking me about Darryl Cooper. And so I guess that I just wonder, like, what was it that you were trying to, like, what was the beef? What was the disagreement?
Well, the beef started, and it was about a year ago, so I don't remember it exactly. But the beef started that, of course, the thing that is happening is that everybody's now permitted to talk about Israel and the Jews. And everybody also knows that, and I know the world doesn't revolve around me, but I famously got like martyred for that, in a sense. And I'm not being dramatic. I mean, I lost PayPal, YouTube. I mean, they made it so that I could not have a career and I couldn't make money, couldn't have a bank account, was part of that. On some level. I mean, that had a lot to do with January 6th, but I mean, being banned from PayPal is a pretty big deal, you know, and the rest of them, Venmo, like I can't get reimbursed if I buy a friend dinner or something like that. And got blacklisted from all the circles, CPAC, all the shows, Republican Party, whatever. And I recognize that it's not only my criticism of Israel, but the way that I do it. But of course, that's at the center of it, is that in principle, I'm against Jewish power, influence, the Israel lobby, etc. And I guess the biggest anxiety or insecurity about this, which I've talked about on my show, and we talked about a little bit earlier too, is this idea that now they're going to step in to kind of mediate this conversation. And in other words, they're going to try and draw a big red line that keeps me on the other side of it. And not just me. I would describe it, I'll give you a concession because I think you're being fair and you're being honest and I'm being honest. There's a big insecurity. And by insecurity, I don't mean like I'm not the prettiest girl at the ball. I mean,
the thing is, the reason why CPAC and all these other conservative organizations and all these conferences and all these media conglomerates and independent media outlets have to keep Nick out of the conversation is because once he goes mainstream and breaches containment, those guys are done. They're done. In a world where Nick Fuentes is mainstream, he's America first, he's a white identitarian, he's anti-Israel, he's a protectionist, he's anti-free trade, and he vouches for the working class, and he's an immigration restrictionist. In a world like that, that is a much more favorable and a much more attractive and a much more energizing proposition than limited government and free markets and foreign wars for Israel. Right? That's with Nick, it's not just about disagreeing with his ideology. It's not just about disagreeing with his values and his beliefs and his rhetoric. It's fundamentally about who will control the right wing. Who will be the voice of conservative politics for the next 25, 30, 50, 100 years? Because for a long time, from the 50s till the Iraq War, it was Irving Kristol, it was Bill Kristol, it was Norman Podhoretz. Like, these were the people controlling the conversation on the right wing. It was all these neoconservative Jews who wanted us to defend Israel. And they had, socially liberal values, but very hawkish on foreign policy. Now that that's been exposed, and Nick has been the one to expose it, well, naturally, he would be the successor to the conservative movement. And if that happens, these guys lose their influence, they lose their clout, they lose their backing, their support, their reputation. All of it goes away once Nick becomes a dominant voice. These guys become relics of the past, And in many regards, they become laughing stocks. Nobody takes him serious. So keeping him out of the conversation is literally fundamental to their political careers. That's the reason why. It's not just about disagreement with his ideology. It's about who's going to control politics moving forward. Who's going to control the next generation? Like, where is the conversation going? That's the big question mark, because there's so much that comes with that.
And insecurity in the sense of there is this mass awakening. This is a moment where we can really get these issues into the conversation, and someone like myself is in the Overton window, let's say. And not just that I can have a career, but my ideas can really take off. And the biggest concern when this was happening, and what it appeared to me to look like, is that you and a few other more elevated Israel critics were going to kind of slam the door shut behind. They were going to kind of bring you in. And the reason they would bring you in is because you're Jewish, and that's part of it.
Who was bringing me in, you think?
Like you were on Joe Rogan.
But I was on Rogan long before October 7th.
But to talk about this.
Yeah, but I was always talking about this shit on Rogan. I mean, like, look, I mean, I may have not been as focused on it because...
I mean, here's the thing. Like, Nick is very cynical, right? Nick is way more cynical than Dave is, obviously. You can tell by their disposition. And I think Nick, fairly, he's been conditioned to be cynical. So he sees a trend. He sees a sequence of events that occurs simultaneously. He goes on this meteoric rise during the summer of 2025. He attracts a big following. He creates a mass awakening about Israel and AIPAC and Jews and the fact that they have so much power over America. And then in the midst of all that, people don't want to talk to him. They want to destroy his reputation, but they'll let a guy like Dave Smith, who's critical of Israel, but he's a libertarian Jew, have this conversation, but he won't take it to the extent that Nick does. And so Nick assumes cynically, it makes sense, but he assumes cynically that Dave is in on it, that Dave is complicit with trying to prevent the conversation from moving further to the right in his direction. And so he sees Dave as kind of a gatekeeper, which is a cynical assumption. And, you know, it's, I get the idea, but it's based on a lot of loose evidence. It's based on a lot of circumstantial evidence, right? Rather than like people are just concerned about their careers. They don't want to talk to Nick. He's radioactive. We're going to bring on a guy who's honest about the issue, but he's not as radioactive as Nick. Like, I don't think it's this big conspiracy to like shut Nick out of the conversation.
This became the thing to be focused on. But all the stuff that I'm talking about and how involved Israel was, I was talking about, you know, before that. Like Joe's a friend of mine. He's been having me on since 2016. I don't think he had me on because I was Jewish.
No, not that he brought you on like, hey, I need to invite a Jewish person, but it's like, let's be honest, you did the whole circuit. You did Tucker, Candace, Piers. I think you were on Tim Pool.
Oh,
Joe.
yeah.
These are all shows I was banned from. And what was, you got to look at it from my perspective, maybe to see my state of mind.
Sure.
You know, last year when Candace got kicked out of Daily Wire, her live chat was lit up every day. Bring on Nick, bring on Nick, and she was deliberately ignoring that and didn't want me on. Now, I was banned on YouTube, but I'm also more extreme. Now, same is true of like Tucker, all the Tim Pool. People have been trying to get me on his book.
No, I've seen it. Yeah.
Right. And so, and why am I not allowed on? Of course, it's my view that I was canceled for this issue. And so to see you go onto the show, you know, and people say it's jealousy. Maybe there's a little resentment there too, but it was a bigger concern that as a Jewish person, and also, by the way, not just that you're Jewish, but as a libertarian, you come at it from a different place. You're a non-interventionist, a Ron Paul guy. And I even have this disagreement with Tucker on some level too. So it's not just you. My big worry is that, is the conversation going to stop at, we need to end all these wars and like the neocons are the problem? Because my critique goes further. Right. And it says that it actually does have to do with Jewish identity. Mm-hmm. Jewish identity is so powerful and so potent.
Okay, so they're finally getting into it. They're finally getting into the Jewish question. This is actually interesting because we can break this down. Just a quick comment, though, on what he was talking about with Candace and Tucker. A quick comment, because this is important. Let's not forget, and I've actually looked at the statements. I've looked at the tax information from PragerU and TPUSA and all that stuff because it's all public. They're 501c3s. They have to make their payrolls public, right? You can go look all this up from 2017. Candace Owens and all these other Tim Pool, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, and all these other conservative media figures, all of these people, now that they're realizing the tide is turning away from Israel, Tucker Carlson, now that they're realizing the tide is turning away from Israel, if they want to retain their legitimacy, they have to change their tune. But let's not forget, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, these people were mainstream media. These people were mainstream conservative figures for a long time. Tucker Carlson was an anchor and a talk show host at Fox News for like a decade. Candace Owens worked with all of these major, right-wing 501c3. She worked with TPUSA. She worked with Prager University. She worked with Daily Wire. You go look at PragerU's 2017, or it was either 2017 or 2018. You go look at their tax statements. Candace Owens, just on salary, made almost $500,000 from PragerU in 2017 alone. You think she lost all those connections? You think Candace Owens lost her connections to TPUSA? You think she lost her connections to PragerU? You think she lost her connections to Daily Wire and all the people she met? Obviously not. She has so many opportunities because of her connections to the right-wing machine, the right-wing media machine, the politicians, the business owners, the consultants, the people who are technical experts, right? She has access to all those people and all those contacts, and you have to keep those relationships warm. So somebody like Candace Owens, somebody like Tucker Carlson, they're not going to sink all of that. They're not going to sink all their contacts, all their connections to TPUSA, Prager University, Fox News, and all these other, powerful people so that they can do an interview with Nick Fuentes. Does that make sense? These people were staples of the right-wing conversation. They were the faces of the right-wing conversation. So to give all that up to do a conversation or an interview with Nick Fuentes, the value proposition doesn't make any sense. And what you're seeing now, and this is actually interesting, Tucker Carlson, his podcast, the Tucker Carlson Show, he has a holding company. And that holding company is called Last Country Inc. Guess who gave money to Last Country Inc. in 2023? $15 million to Tucker Carlson's holding company that seeds the money for his show. J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel. It was Rockbridge Network to 1789 Capital. 1789 Capital has investments from Don Trump Jr., Rebecca Mercer, Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's connected to J.D. Vance. Tucker Carlson is plugged in with all these people in the new right wing that are associated with J.D. Vance. And Candace Owens is trying to move in that direction. She has contacts with Tucker. She's doing interviews with Tucker. She's defending J.D. Vance on Twitter. All these people are still a part of the machine. They're still in the institutions. That has not changed just because they're criticizing Israel. These people are still powerful figures. The only reason they changed their tune on Israel, the only reason they changed their tune on Gaza, is because they realized the tides were turning. I think Candace and Tucker maybe I'm not giving them enough credit for being genuine, but we have to think critically here. Look at the people they're connected to. Look at the connections they have. You don't just give up all those connections. Tucker is almost 60 years old. Candace is a middle-aged woman with a family and kids and investments and a house, and all that came from her connections to these mainstream media figures. You think she's going to give all that up to just join forces with Nick Fuentes, who has no institutional backing? Obviously not. That value proposition doesn't make sense. You're not going to sacrifice all your institutional legitimacy so that you can be an anti-Semite and a neo-Nazi. You would lose, if you're Candace Owens, you lose everything, even after turning the code on Israel. So I get the reason why, I get the reason why I get the reason why Nick is skeptical of them, and I get the reason why they are worried about getting too close with Nick.
Jews refuse to assimilate. They're so powerful. They're so tribalistic. They're loyal to each other. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And that is actually where the Israel loyalty proceeds from. It's this anxiety. we need Israel because what happens if it goes south here? We need to be powerful in America to prevent a majority from rising up against us. And it's
Right.
kind of that identity issue, which, and that's why I'm open to talking to you or even somebody like a Bill Ackman or a Sean McGuire or a Shapiro and say, I recognize Jews are a part of America. They always have been, and they're some of the finest Americans, actually. But people recognize it cannot go on this way where we have an open society, but they have this loyalty and kind of play by a different set of rules. And anyway, so my concern is that what it looked like to me is you're being brought onto the shows and they know maybe that you'll never go that far as a Jewish person, or maybe even as a libertarian. And a big red line was being drawn and saying, but you are still an anti-Semite. You are still banned on YouTube. You are banned on the shows. Fuck you. You're all the way over here. And that's why I like you and I respect you and I think you're brilliant. And I didn't mean to attack you as a guy, although maybe I crossed the line here and there, but you did become a very central, and you recognize it, influential figure in this big conversation. And I looked at you maybe as like, whether you intended to or not, as a mediating force or a mitigating force in the conversation. That's where I came.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Nick is explaining his point of view because it was a cynical assumption to make, but I get where he's coming from. In politics, it's very vicious. Politics is very, there's a lot of manipulation that goes on in politics. There's a lot of backdoor stuff that goes on in politics. So I understand the cynicism.
At it from.
Okay, so a couple things on that, because there's a lot there that's very interesting. So first of all, and I just tell you some information on this, right? So with Rogan, like, we're good friends. I've also been on the show a bunch of times. There, about half the time I've been on, he asks me to come on. About the other half, I ask to come on. I asked to come on the first time to talk about Israel. The last time I'd been on, it was all about Ukraine and all about, like whatever else the story of the day was. And he had a couple pro-Israel guys on, and I was just like, hey, Joe, can I come on and like break this shit down? Because I like know a lot about this. So I think it'll be an interesting thing. And he had me, and then, so it's just, with Rogan, it's just not true that there was any, with Tucker, me and Tucker became friends from, he reached out to me, got my number from Greg Gutfeld, I believe. And he reached out to me after I had been on and did a thing breaking down the war in Ukraine. And he goes, dude, I think this is the best concise breakdown of the war in Ukraine ever. And then we just started texting regularly. And he never had me on the Fox News show, but as soon as he was off, he wanted to talk. But again, if you go back and look at the Tucker thing, at least back then, like, because this was earlier in the, in the conflict, whatever you want to call it, I was the one who was bringing it up constantly. Like, he was dancing a little bit. Like, I think he was still at the thing like, I don't know if I want to go this close to the sun on this one. Whereas I was like, no, we are driving right to the sun, and that's where we're going. Candace, I mean, like, again, we're getting into like what's in people's heads. She had me on Daily Wire, which, listen, whatever beef I will never stop being grateful to Candace Owens for just having me on at the Daily Wire. I just know that makes Ben Shapiro so furious, and I love that so much. I think she did that partially for that reason. But she also, at least what she said was she loved my Ukraine break.
Quick point on Ben Shapiro. Lord have mercy. Ben Shapiro, I don't know how anybody takes this guy serious anymore. I just don't know how. Like, Ben Shapiro has flipped his position on Trump. He's still defending Israel this many years later. Ben Shapiro is like, he's like a relic. And he's not entertaining. He's not that charismatic. He's not funny. He's not avant-garde. He's not cool. He's not cutting edge. Who still listens to Ben Shapiro in 2025? Like, let's be for real. Gen Z, we not rocking with him, bruh. We're not rocking with Ben Shapiro. We're not rocking with, Bill Kristol. Like, these people should just pass the torch. And the fact that it was even a rumor at one point that Ben Shapiro was going to go on to, I'm sorry, let me just be real here. Ben Shapiro's only value is that he's still one of the only pro-Israel voices on the right wing, like staunchly pro-Israel. And that could give him connections to AIPAC, that gives him to get a job at AIPAC, that gives him connections to Capitol Hill, that gives him connections to the foreign government of Israel. The only reason why Ben Shapiro is even still, if Donald Trump said we're doing a weapons embargo on Israel, we're sanctioning Israel if they violate the ceasefire with Hamas, if Trump were to say that, and a Democrat were to come out and say, we're actually going to support Israel even more, Ben Shapiro would flip parties immediately. I firmly believe that. Or he just wouldn't vote. Like, I don't think he's an ideological right-winger or populist. He's a neocon. And whoever's more in line with neocon philosophy, that's where Ben Shapiro is going to drift. So I don't know how people still take that guy seriously. He's sold out.
Down and wanted to talk more about that. And I think also part of that was, and I'm pretty sure this is right, but I just think she was hearing a lot of this stuff for the first time from me. Like she had just broken with Israel. And I think she had Norman Finkelstein on, but he had broken down like, the conflict with the Palestinians and the UN resolutions and stuff like that. But I was the one telling her about the clean break strategy and all this. And it was like new information to her, I believe. And so she was into that. And as far as like the other shows, Tim Pool, all the, like, I don't actually think it's correct that I was being brought on because I was Jewish. These were all relationships I had. I think I just wouldn't shut up about this issue. And honest, I don't think Tim Pool's trying to bring me on to talk about this, although not that he wouldn't.
Right.
But also, I would just say personally, which is, again, not the most important thing, but I understand you saying there's a lot of people that close the door on you, but I'm not that guy. I'm the guy who had you on right after you got kicked off YouTube. And I also think like I would, anyway, that was certainly not what I was going to do.
Dave Smith is a real Niga. Dave Smith is a real Jew. He's a real ass Jew. That's what Dave Smith is. Shout out to Dave Smith, man.
Now, as far as the other stuff, which is a more interesting, broader conversation, I guess the counter to this would be that, as we were saying before, with the racial, racial hatred and things like that, it's like the other way to look at it is that, yes, I am criticizing Israel, I am criticizing the Israeli lobby, and I am criticizing the most, what I see as the most relevant faction of that, which was the neoconservatives. And I'm also very critical of the people supporting what Israel's doing. But you are correct in the sense that I'm not saying it's the Jews, which does certainly seem to be, racialism is like catnip, man. Like, it's like you saw it during wokeism and you see it during this iteration. I mean, people love going into that. But if I'm being completely honest, like, I don't think that's healthy for society. I don't wish to.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. This is where we all have to draw a line in the sand. Racialism is a poison pill. How do I say this? You can have critical opinions of certain groups of people, okay? That's fair. You can say this group is like this group has a tendency to do that, this group has a tendency to behave in this way, and you can say there are certain negative attributes or certain negative patterns that we see in these racial groups. But here's the problem. Once we start to say that those negative attributes are a consequence of them being of that racial group, that's when it starts to become dangerous. Because what you're basically doing is saying you can't separate the problem from their race. Their race and their problem are one and one. They're inseparable. They're inexorable. So logically, if you wanted to get rid of the problem, you'd have to get rid of that race. So racialism, and the other thing that's problematic with racialism, which is a more simple reason, the other problem with racialism is that it dilutes the conversation, which is to say, there's a certain issue you notice with a certain group of people, a certain negative behavior pattern, right? Once you make it about their race, you're going to attract the worst of society. You're going to attract all the troglodytes. You're going to attract all the people with violent fantasies. Those people are going to intrude on the conversation, invade the conversation, and take over the conversation. racialism is bad because it invites those characters, it essentializes people, and the other reason why it's bad, and this is the last reason why it's bad, it's because it distracts from the actual core problem with a certain group. You're not actually talking about the problem anymore, you're talking about that group. If you focus on a cultural problem, say with Jews, if you talk about how, hey, Jews have a disproportionate control over media, over banking, over our institutions, you can talk about that and apply a critical lens to it and say, hey, we have to do something about this. This is a problem. Like, how do we distribute power more evenly? How do we make sure that these people aren't just hiring other Jews? You can have that conversation. It's a real conversation, real interesting thoughts and solutions to that problem can emerge in that environment. The problem, though, once you start making it solely about their race, they're just going to get defensive. They're going to dismiss you as an anti-Semite or a racist, and you're going to lose all credibility. So it actually works in their favor because they can just dismiss you as a racist anti-Semite. It actually is counterproductive to engage in racialism rather than actually focusing on the problem itself. So it's not even effective. But anyways, I digress.
To cross that line. And let me say it like this, because I apologize if I'm rambling long.
No.
I'll let you speak uninterrupted.
I talk long too. So
yeah, we're
absolutely.
both long-winded. But so, all right. So Alex Jones, mutual friend of ours, you might be more friendly with him. I did a show once. He was very good to me, which I appreciated. And I don't bring this up to bash Alex Jones at all. I'm just making a point. I keep saying that, but I'm bashing people. Anyway, whatever.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Can somebody explain to me, why has Alex Jones not criticized Israel? I mean, he's criticized Israel, but not really. Like, he's doing this like half-measure criticism. Like, he's not staunchly against Israel. What is up with that? I find that weird. I find that suspicious. I'm not trying to bad jacket Alex Jones. I have a lot of respect for Alex Jones. I think he's interesting. I think he's funny. I think he's charismatic. But can somebody tell me, why has Alex Jones not come out and said staunchly, Israel is taking over our government, they're undermining our sovereignty, 5 out of the 8 Ivy League presidents are Jews. You look at all the think tanks and the 501c3s, YNAB, FDD, from top to bottom, they're staffed by Jews. Look at who's buying out TikTok. Larry Ellison, he's a Jew. Who's getting hired at CBS? Barry Weiss, a lesbian Jew. And they're buying out the free press from Barry Weiss for $100 million, and it ain't worth that much money. Let's be real. Okay? Look at Biden's administration. He had like 60 plus Jews working in it. So we're not going to act like Jews don't have a disproportionate influence in our country's government, media. You get the idea. It's a real thing. And if Alex Jones is the conspiracy tinfoil hat guy, why is he not talking about that? Why is he not talking about, and not in a weird racialized way, I'm not saying that, but I don't want it to be like that because it doesn't have to be that way. But can somebody please explain to me why Alex Jones, the sleuth, the Sherlock Holmes of conspiracy theories, why is he not talking about that? Why is he not talking about Israel, 9/11, Larry Fink, 1964, John F. Kennedy? Like, where's all that? Where's the conversation on that? Like a real conversation where he goes, Israel is undermining American sovereignty. I'm against Israel until that changes. That's all I'm saying. We need a staunch, hardline position from Alex Jones.
I guess I kind of am. But so Alex Jones, as you know, had 100,000 conspiracies. I mean, so many of them didn't come true. He gets a lot of credit for it, and some of them did. So to his credit, like some of them did. But I mean, he had theories that were like, he was telling people that they were going to depopulate the earth for a while. He said it was all about one world government. He said it was all about even as far as him pointing at which he would constantly point at the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, and you were like, that's not even where the action is anymore, dude. He totally missed the clean break and was over here chasing all this other stuff that had nothing. And whatever, people get things wrong. It's fine.
Why are we not? Why is Alex Jones not talking about the Samson option? Why is he not talking about the Yanone plan? Why is he not talking about clean break? Why is he not talking about PNAC? Why is he not talking about Office of Special Plans? Why is he not talking about Iraq and Saddam Hussein. Why is he not talking about Mossad and the Ministry of Defense from Israel lying to us about Saddam Hussein's connections to Al Qaeda to get us into Iraq War II? These are the major real conversations that need to be had. And you think Alex Jones would have all the paperwork, all the documents, all the information on this? I don't know.
Now, they used Sandy Hook
He could put his sleuth skills to use on that.
as the excuse to silence him, right? It was years after
Yes.
the Sandy Hook thing. He had a million conspiracies. But why did they use that one? Why did that one resonate with people? Well, the reason why they used that one, and the reason why even people who like Alex Jones may have like a little bit of a disgust impulse when they hear about that, is because that one was unique to all his other conspiracies. Because every other conspiracy, the bad guys were the ATF. The bad guys were the feds. The bad guys were, if you blame the ATF for something and you turn out to be wrong, like whatever, they deserve it anyway. It doesn't really matter, right?
Right.
But in this case, the target was people. It was just regular people, and regular people who had just lost their little children. It's like, geez, you can't miss on that one. And so I do think one of the things that concerns me with what you're doing, and I guess concerns me with the fact that I think you're winning in a lot of ways, and I don't, but I do worry about this disaster there, is that I do think so much of the energy you're harnessing does get pointed at just regular people. Like, until the Jordan Peterson clip, when I first started realizing we were going to have to do this, I had kind of just been like, the reason I was like, I don't think I'll do another podcast with Nick was never because I didn't like you. I always liked you when we talked. I always thought the conversations were really interesting, as this one is. The thing was just, it's just like an incentives issue almost. We're like, well, I don't know, everyone on this side is going to lose their goddamn shit, and then I have to answer a million questions about that. But fuck them, so that's not enough to get me to stop doing it. But then half your audience is just going to call me a fucking Jew anyway. And so it's like, what's the point here? And I think that, like, look, and I want to get into this more, but like, yeah, there are questions of Jewish identity. There are questions. Obviously, there's a relationship there. But the fact is that, say, look, the worst thing in my lifetime that Israel's done to the United States of America. I'm not sold on the 9/11 stuff. There's some questions there, but I think it's far from as conclusive. I think people are way out over their skis saying they know for a fact Israel did 9/11, but that's a topic for another day.
Well, I think at the very least they knew. I think at the very least they knew about 9/11. That's my opinion.
But it was the war in Iraq. The war in Iraq.
But there's been so many lies about 9/11 that I don't actually blame people. I don't blame people for assuming Israel is responsible for 9/11 because there's been so many lies about 9/11. A lot of lies. That's all I'm saying.
Is no question
Kurt Weldon talked about it. Kurt Weldon, who was literally on track to become the chair of the Armed Services Committee in Congress, or was he in the Senate or the House? I think he was in the House. But anyways, he was on track to become the chairman of the Senate, or he was on track to become the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. And this guy came out and was talking about how the CIA knew about Ziad Jarrah and all these other, people on who ended up being the hijackers. He knew about that. He worked in Congress. He lost everything because he said that. So I don't know. I'm suspicious is all I'm saying. I don't trust the official narrative. If he doesn't trust it, why should I?
Hughes can try to argue with me about this. There's just no question that the neoconservatives and the Likud party and the whole Bush administration, this was pushed in a direction. It's not the only factor, but it is more than what made the difference. Like, the war does not happen without the neocons and without Netanyahu. It just doesn't. And yet at the same time, Jewish Americans were either the best or one of the best groups on that issue. Jews opposed the war in Iraq way ahead of the general public. And like right-wing Christians were like the worst group on that. And so, but again, my target isn't them. My target isn't the people.
Right.
My target is like the people.
It's important to keep this in mind. A lot of people assume that a lot of people think it's weird or coincidental that there's a lot of Jews who work in the federal government. I'll give you guys an example. People like to talk about Paul Wolfowitz a lot. Paul Wolfowitz was the Deputy Secretary of State in the Bush administration. Paul Wolfowitz's father, I think his name was Jacob. Paul Wolfowitz's father was a mathematician who taught math at a high school during the Great Depression. After that, he ended up getting a job at Cornell, and he was like one of the most respected professors at the university. Once he gets there, Paul Wolfowitz has like a perfect GPA, perfect grades throughout all of high school. He gets into Cornell. He starts out doing something like math or like computer science or something like that. And then afterwards, he changes his major to pursue political science. And Paul Wolfowitz is brilliant. People don't understand this. Paul Wolfowitz is brilliant. He changes his major, he pursues his passion because in his free time, rather than focusing on math and science, he focused on reading books. He joins the Telluride Association, which is like a huge private society at Cornell University, and he meets Francis Fukuyama there. Francis Fukuyama is like one of the most respected political scientists in America. He's a liberal, but he's very intelligent. I've read his books. I've read one of his books, Identity. Paul Wolfowitz uses his connections and uses his skills and his I mean, Paul Wolfowitz was uniquely intelligent, and people in the administration, even Democrats, said they admired how intelligent Paul Wolfowitz was. You know, Paul Wolfowitz was not just like a stupid Zionist Jew who wanted to cynically use the United States government to fight wars for Israel. Paul Wolfowitz was initially a geek whose strengths and expertise was math and science. And then he pursued his passions midway through his undergraduate to become a political science major. And then he gets into like the secret society where he gets in with his sister, the Telluride Association. He uses those connections and he uses that experience to get into the Bush administration. And then he hires Francis Fukuyama to work for him while he's writing up like strategy and foreign policy strategies for dealing with like wars in the Middle East. So Paul Wolfowitz is a very smart guy, and a lot of these Jewish people who work in the federal government are exceptionally intelligent. They're disciplined, they're well-read, they're strategists, they're long-thinking. So it's not just a big conspiracy in the sense that like people are cynically hiring Jews. That kind of misses the point. There's an extra layer there that people need to talk about, and it is the fact that like many of them are smart, many of them are plugged in. And so anyways, I just thought that was an interesting thing to bring up.
Who propagandized them into believing that. And so if the thing is like, hey, I stopped short at like actually naming the Jews, it's like, well, yeah, because I don't think that's right. And I don't like, yes, there, and we can get into more of this, but like, no, like Barry the dentist has nothing to do with any of this. And he, you know, like, I think on some level, maybe I'm wrong, but I also,
like, you can't just boil it down to they're Jews. It's a little bit, there's a little bit more to it than that. That's all I'm saying.
also don't think you're really trying to gin up hatred toward that guy. And so maybe that's why I stopped short of blaming the Jews. I think it's sloppier and not as accurate.
100%. It can be very sloppy. Yes.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I think it's important just on a basic level to say that we don't agree on everything. Like we are distinct, and I wouldn't even say it's about further or closer. It's just that we are coming at it from different places. You believe it's the neocons, and it's in particular the War Party and Israel and how those interact. And me, as an identitarian, I do look at the world through an identity-based lens, that you've got whites, blacks, Jews, and they all have political interest. They all identify as these groups. They group up based on them, and then those groups have conflicting interests. That's what politics has become, is like meeting out those interests. Like, is it in the interest of white people to go to war in Iraq? No. But for Jews, yes, because they have this connection to Israel. And same about all these other things. And so, you know, even getting back to our beef...
I think that's a very unsophisticated and intellectually lazy way of looking at the world. But I'll let him continue his point.
Yeah, we could quibble about, you know... I don't think that there's some conspiracy. I don't think they got together and said, let's invite Dave because... you know, he's going to, like, maintain censorship and Jewish control. Like, I don't believe that. But I do believe that you clearly take the more moderate position, or even, I would say, the more liberal position. As a libertarian, you're like a lowercase l liberal in the sense that you think that it's, like you said, it's not Jews in themselves or Jewish identity in itself. It is particular people in power, in particularly the state, that are doing these violent policies, whereas me, it is maybe a more radical rejection of liberalism. And I think that, you know, maybe you're informed by your Jewish identity, or you're just ideologically believe that. It is a more moderate position, and they platform that because that's the version they want. That's the version that is safer for a Tim Pool or whoever. That's the version that the system is maybe comfortable with. That's what they might be willing to accept. And they don't want to take it to the place of the Jews for the reason, maybe for the good reason you described. And by the way, I'll give you another concession because I want to be objective. There are people that are legitimately hating Jews right now.
Yeah, there are.
I saw in Florida, they're pulling up on Jews with like water pistols and spraying them with water. And I got on my show and I said, fuck that.
Yeah,
I said,
and I appreciate that.
Yeah, because I don't believe in that. I'm not a piece of shit. If I saw Ben Shapiro on the street, I saw him on the street and I said, hey man, why did you do a speech? You didn't say my name.
Yeah, I agree with Nick's point. I wish he would have. I wish he would have taken this rhetoric and this approach years ago, because he did kind of wait until he blew up to start toning down the rhetoric on anti-Semitism. So I wish he would have taken that approach way before he got to this point. But everybody has to learn in different ways, I suppose. But yeah, no, anything like that, targeting people racially, zero tolerance policy. Like, just, we can hold groups accountable, we can criticize certain groups, but to target people racially, that's like beyond the pale for anybody. I actually think that's a completely rational position.
I didn't run up and try and fight him.
Yeah.
You know? And I don't believe in
They
attacking.
made it out like you did.
Yeah, right. Like I attacked his kids or something.
Yeah.
Human shields, right? But he picked up his kid when he walked across the street. It's like, okay, bro. But you know, like I don't believe in picking on random people. I'm not a cruel or hateful guy. And you do see that. And that video bothered me in particular because if people start to think it's okay to do that, you know, the ADL isn't necessarily wrong about the idea that it is slippery slope. You know, you pull up on somebody with a water pistol. Okay, what if it's a paintball gun next time? Is that really okay? That people are going to be harassed and like shot at with a airsoft gun or a paintball gun? No, that's bullshit. And that's denying basic dignity, basic rights. That's not Christian. That's not American. And there is an excess to that. And I agree that.
I just want to say, I think Nick's rejection of liberalism is a bit weird. I can understand some critiques of liberalism if you're Nick Fuentes, like you're a Christian, liberals are okay with abortion, liberals are okay with gay marriage, like, okay, fundamentally it opposes some of your principles, fine. But do people also not understand that the Enlightenment and liberalism was born out of Christian morality? It came straight from it. The two are inseparable. The moral liberalism was born out of this idea that humans have a moral essence. They have moral dignity, they are moral agents, they are capable of doing evil, and they are capable of doing good. And because of that, they should be treated with respect. They should be treated with dignity. Their spirit should be respected. This is a fundamentally liberal idea because the reason why they took that position was because they believed that the state should not have the right to trample on the rights of an individual who has a spirit, who has morality, who is a moral agent, who has inherent value. This is a very fundamentally Christian idea. Prior to that, tyranny, killing people who were of a different religion, all of that was completely acceptable. Liberalism was born out of Christian morality. Now, of course, we have some liberal excesses, and some of those include gay marriage, transgenderism, like it's super liberalism. But fundamental liberal principles were born from Christian morality. This is just a fact. So I find it weird when Christians are like wholesale anti-liberal. I think that's ridiculous. Do you think like the state should just be able to kill non-Christians for blasphemy? That's not very Christian. So I feel like it's weird to like act like Christianity and liberalism have nothing in common. There's a lot in common. The very foundation of liberalism came from Christian morality and the belief that people are moral agents and have inherent value.
It should be sort of contained. But I think there's a fine line between that and saying that it is a bigger issue than the neocons, because you know, when it comes to these influential Jews,
That's the thing. Like, sorry to keep pausing. Once you allow the state to target certain groups, everything is off the table. Anybody can be targeted from that point forward. Either everybody's identity and everybody's rights are respected, or the state, whenever one group is in power or another group is in power, can weaponize it to attack the group of their choice. If blacks are in power, if Jews are in power, if Muslims are in power, well, they can attack white Christians. If white Christians are in power, they can attack non-whites, they can attack non-Christians, they can attack blacks. This is a fundamentally, like, this goes against the inherent idea of Christianity, where all people are worth something. All people have inherent value. And the state, regardless of the fact that it has immense power, should not be able to weaponize itself against any identity group. So the whole scale rejection of liberalism it's very strange to me.
like Larry Ellison, let's say, he's not religious, but he's tight with Netanyahu. Jeffrey Epstein was tight with the left in Israel. And to the extent that you're right, Jews were the biggest critics of the Iraq war, in many cases, yeah, there's liberal Jews, but they're liberal because that's a strategy for Jews to succeed. They have these debates. What is best for the Jews? And like Brett Stevens at the New York Times, he mentored Bari Weiss. He says,
Trump, oh God, I hate him so much.
And he sucks, you know. He's a neocon, case in point.
Yeah, I got in a big fight with him on Gutfeld's show years ago. He was such a smarmy prick. Anyway, whatever. But yeah,
douche.
oh God, it's the worst, the worst.
Yeah, but he says in 16 or 17, he goes, Trump is bad for the Jews because he is opposing the liberal values that have been so good to us as Jews. And it's like that sort of encapsulates when, like the ADL, for example, gets criticized. They say, well, the ADL's making Jews look bad. Or they're going after people like Shapiro and protecting people like Ilhan Omar. In other words, they're attacking Jewish Zionists, but they're not hard enough on the progressive left.
The other thing with the identity thing that's sorely lacking is people's identity exists outside of just their race or ethnicity. People have a moral identity. People have a class identity. Okay? People's identity is not just confined to their race or their ethnicity or their religion. People's identity exists in layers. What's good for someone's ethnic identity or someone's maybe racial identity might not be what's good for their material interest. You understand? Those two things are not always in sync. So you have to be a little bit more sophisticated when you talk about these issues.
And what I see there is still a distilled Jewish self-interest, which is okay because we're all people and we're all advocating for the most for ourselves. But in America, we just need to do a better job of managing that. And I think that the Jewish community's out of control. Yeah. Is basically it.
Well, I would say so in kind of like in a similar sense to because me and you both we've both been accused of getting the call over the last few weeks, which turns out was just us calling each other and being like, I don't think there's any evidence that Israel did it. But like, so when you come out on your show and you go, look, guys, I'm not seeing any evidence that Israel was behind the assassination.
It's funny. Nick is actually about to start his show pretty soon here. He's live.
Assassination of Charlie Kirk.
He hasn't started the show yet.
And then people go, oh, it looks like Nick got the call. You're like, okay, but like the much easier answer is that he just doesn't see any evidence that is right. And like people, it's like you're jumping to a conclusion. And I will say, I think you might be guilty of doing a little bit of that too. When you go like, well, look, they want the conversation controlled. It's like, or an easier answer might just be that like they've seen your hits. And they go, yeah, well, I don't want to bring a guy who's saying Hitler has aura on the show. Like, I'm open to, I do think what's horrible, what's happening to the Palestinians, but like, no, I don't think we need to go like that. So I think there's like probably, look, dude, you make your bed. You were, nobody I don't think that I know is denying that you were like horrendously mistreated when you were very young. But also since then, like there's an energy that you harness when you do that shit and you know what you're doing with it, and that's not to say you're being disingenuous. I don't mean that at all. I just mean like you understand kind of like harnessing this radical energy of like, nah, dude, I'm staking out this position all the way over here, but it's a double-edged sword. And that also sometimes can turn a lot of people.
Yeah, like, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. That's just the way it is. If you're going to be Nick Fuentes and constantly choose the incendiary most provocative path to say the most provocative, the most incendiary things, that's going to come with a major backlash. That's just the way the game goes.
Awful though. Look, you're moving the needle in a in a clear way, and so that is becoming more and more acceptable. I guess my point is that I don't know actually that it's possible to do that without having the excesses of the water gun thing, or
Right.
perhaps much worse. I mean, look, as we've
Right.
both figured out,
On some
man, I
level.
hate saying this out loud because it's against our interest, but a lot of people are kind of dumb, man, and a lot of people
Yeah.
like can't really follow the nuance of all of that stuff. But to the broader like kind of Jewish conversation, I mean,
On some level, if you're Nick and you say that he's basically said this on his show and his audience believes it. If you're Nick Fuentes and you go on your show every single night and you berate the Jews, which he does, if you go on the show every single night, you berate the Jews for 2 or 3 hours, and then you say Jews are carrying out a conspiracy to genocide the white race, white genocide theory, and replace the white race with mass migration, and then say, but I don't condone violence. It's like, well, you did basically just say that Jews were systematically genociding white people in America. Some people might not think that there's a rational solution. There is a peaceful solution to that, so you can't really play the fence, in my opinion. Like if I came on here and said, F white people are genociding black people, or something crazy like that, and not a huge audience, I wouldn't be able to then say, but I'm not responsible for anything bad that happens to a white person. Like I feel like that's just kind of weak. That's just my opinion.
look, I'm not saying it's like strictly the neocons, or I wouldn't even say that like obviously the neocons, the majority of whom were Jewish. It's not just like I'm not claiming like, oh, they just happen to be Jewish. Like their Jewish identity obviously plays a central role in why they feel the way they do. And there's no question that Jews, I think, and this is something I've spent a lot of time speaking out against, because I just think it's really, there's a sickness in Jewish culture that I think is unhealthy. I think it's part of it is fundamentally built into the religion, that like it's about past suffering, is like a big part of it. But the Holocaust looms so large in particularly like my parents' generation and up. I think not as much with the younger generation, but it looms so large, and there is this kind of like feeling of like, look, the Holocaust happened, and then we created our own state so that it never happens again. And anything short of that means another Holocaust happening, and then it's not right. Like it just doesn't make any sense. There's no reason to think, and I've been saying this for years, that I'm like, look, like I'm a Jewish American. I've never had one obstacle put in my way because of my Jewishness. Like never once, I've had people say, literally, your fans saying shit on Twitter is the greatest struggle of my life for being Jew. I've had greater struggles.
You know what I respect about Dave? Dave rolls with the punches. Dave is very lighthearted in a way that's like human. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't take things personally. He takes things to the chin. He laughs about it. He jokes about it. He doesn't make things a bigger deal than what they are. A lot of people have a tendency to, and I'm guilty of this as well, a lot of people have a tendency to feel like criticism or any kind of like negative comment about them or about their identity is the end of the world. A lot of people do behave that way. It's like a hypersensitivity. I gotta say, man, I respect Dave a lot. Sorry, this person's pulling over here. I respect Dave a lot for being like steadfast, thick skin. A lot of people just don't have that. A lot of other Jews, if we're being real, Mark Levin, Josh Hammer, these people are the most thin-skinned people ever. You say anything about Jews, you're an anti-Semite. You're a Nazi.
But not because I was Jewish.
So much respect to Dave Smith.
And I think what's appropriate when you, even if the story is like, oh my God, your grandparents were so horribly mistreated in Europe, and then you came to America, and now Jews are 2% of the population. They're overwhelmingly successful. I think the attitude should be like, well, we're really grateful to America. We really love this country, and we should have nothing but loyalty to it. So like I'm against the fact there is something like that in Jewish culture, but then again, I think it's only reinforced by people, like when they see people who they perceive as being like neo-Nazis, to be like, see, that's proof. That's proof that in fact there is this huge threat. And I think in some way, it seems to me like it's almost in some ways, you and the Zionists have accepted a fundamental framework that I think a lot of the rest of us are trying to like push back on, which is that like to oppose Israel isn't to oppose Jewish people, and that's kind of stupid. This is an actual government. Now, also, I should add, like, all these things are complicated and intertwined. There is no question that part of the reason why Israel has become so dominant, like say the Mossad has become so dominant, is because there was a diaspora. It was an advantage that almost no other intelligence agency.
I mean, Victor Ostrovsky, in his book, By Way of Deception, literally pointed out the way pseudonym are used in the diaspora, how Jews are coordinated and connected through the state of Israel, through the intelligence apparatus, to do Israel's bidding in Russia, in the UK, in France, in America. So Israel and Mossad, that's like the HQ. That's like the command center. It's command and control, and then they have various operations taking place across the world using Jews. He said that, and it sounds crazy. It sounds like a conspiracy, and I don't know if this still happens. I don't know how popular this is. I don't know. I'm laughing because I remember somebody calling Ben Shapiro a pseudonym, which is crazy. I'm not accusing him of that, but I don't know the scale of this, but we do understand like there's something unique about Jews. There's something unique about their identity. There's something unique about their religion. There's something unique about their connection to Israel. There's something unique about the fact that despite looking white and appearing white on the outside, they still have a special and unique ethnic identity because of its connection to the Abrahamic religions. And there's eschatology there. So, I mean, it's just true. Jews have a unique identity. I feel like a lot of Jews get lumped in unfairly because, let's be real, most Jews in America have not read the Torah. Most Jews in America have not read their holy book. They have not read their religious text. Most Jews in America are like liberal, cosmopolitan atheists, like regular normies, many of them, who don't have like this super hardcore connection to their Jewish identity as Jews, and I feel like they get unfairly lumped in. That's all I'm saying, but I digress.
Agency had that you had pockets of people who you could reach out and touch, who could at least somewhat reliably, if they were called to do something for Israel, would take that as like, okay, I'm in some way preventing another Holocaust. Like that was a huge advantage for them. And so like again, I'm not saying like there's more complex and interesting questions. I guess. Again, I'm not trying to like big brother you or anything on this.
Yeah.
I guess it's just like even that message that you were just sending of like, hey, we're not trying to target, people. I think like if you are to win the day on this, and we want to avoid something really bad happening that, I think none of us want to see, I think stressing that is probably important.
Right.
And also, it's just,
like if you're Nick, you have to spend just as much time focusing on the nuance of this question as you do focusing on the identity of the people. That's all I'm saying.
just like you see it. I mean, I know because you talk about it, like the low IQ slop shit, where it's just kind of like, dude, this is okay. I know forever you weren't allowed.
Also, by the way, I must say, Nick being willing to say, I don't think Charlie Kirk, and staunchly and resolutely, is that the word? Resolute. At least he came out staunchly and with a resolute claim that he doesn't think Israel had anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. And he doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down multiple times and created a delineation between himself and his audience on the Jewish question because a lot of them assume that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, which is crazy. In my opinion, that's crazy. Look, I'm going to just be real. I don't see any merit to that. I don't even see a motive there. But anyways, that's a separate question.
Allowed to touch that button, and so you're touching the button because you weren't allowed to. But a stupid point is like you're allowed to touch it now, dude.
Yes,
And it's just
yes.
not that impressive. It's kind of like a silly argument. Although I will admit it's quite funny at times.
Well, yeah, I mean, the edgelording, even for me, has lost its appeal. It just seems passé because 10 years ago, you couldn't say that stuff, and that's what made it provocative.
Yeah.
And now you can say it. So, and also, it's been done for 10 years. So, internet edgelord, oh, you've never met someone like me before. It's like, we've all seen that. But I would say that here's how I would characterize the issue, because
You know, the other thing about edgelording so hard, people don't realize when you edgelord so much, nobody takes you seriously. Like, your only appeal is to if you're an edgelord, your only appeal is to other edgelords, and the only reason you have any merit with those people is because they think you're based. So what you say and the substance of your analysis and your political commentary no longer matters. The only thing that matters now is how based you are. Oh, you're so based. That's the most based. That's so based. But once you stop being based and you start engaging in critical thinking and you start engaging in nuance, you start saying, well, you know, maybe we shouldn't be so hateful. Maybe we shouldn't be so incendiary. Maybe we shouldn't be so provocative. Maybe we should actually try to see what the other side is saying. They're like, oh, you're selling out. Oh, you got the call. Oh, you lost your thunder. It's like, that's why you can't be that's why you cannot paint yourself into a corner and become nothing but a provocateur. Because once you do that, you end up where Milo is, where you have a very small and niche audience that only watches you for because you say incendiary things, but you lose your mass appeal. And once you try to break into the mainstream, people say you sold out. People say you went soft, you know? And it's really hard to rebrand yourself and regain legitimacy after years and years and years of being incendiary. You know, you lose your credibility, and it's hard to, you know, revamp your image.
hear that a lot, that the Zionists and the anti-Semites are sort of in the self-reinforcing loop. And I would say that how I would characterize the problem is that, you know, in some sense, the Jews are rational. The neocons are rational, because what they're saying is there's kind of two answers to the Jewish question from the Jews, which is we need to return to the land, because only when we have another Jewish kingdom will we have sovereignty and be able to protect ourselves. There's another answer to the Jewish question, which is if we push liberal universalism, everyone will tolerate us. If we push religious tolerance and racial tolerance,
Right.
Then people see us as themselves or the greatest among the nations. These are two strategies, and they're both rational, because after by the way, there was anti-Semitism in Nazi Germany. Maybe that's
Oh, by the way, give me a break. By the way, what he's saying right here is largely accurate. There is a huge divide in the Jewish community about whether or not liberal universalism and pluralism is the surest bet for Jews, or if being a hardcore Israel first Zionist to ensure that the Jewish state remains a Jewish state forever is the best bet for Jews. Honestly, I don't know. I see merit to both sides. But you're not going to get a bunch of Jews from Latin America, North America, Europe, Australia, Asia to mass immigrate to Israel for the simple fact that a bunch of Jews don't want to live in the desert. Okay? They don't want to live in the desert where the opportunities and the quality of life is significantly lower than it is in the other countries that they occupy. So, I don't know. And you got to learn a different language. You got to learn Hebrew. So it's not even, I mean, maybe they speak English there, but I don't know.
I got the call to say that, but it's true. You know,
I think that's
the way
a
things are.
is that a controversial thing?
Might be. I don't know.
Not even the Holocaust, just anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
They weren't so fond of him. That's for sure. Yes.
But it's like in Germany, but also in Russia, but also in America. There are quotas in the universities. Emerging from that time, it is, like we say, the world's made up of races. They have these interests. It's in the Jewish interest to to do these things. So Soros takes up the cause of the Open Society Foundation. And open society is based on this philosophical premise, I think from Bertrand Russell, which says we have tolerance and openness and egalitarianism. And the Likud party, or, the Haganah, the security element in Israel, they work to get power. And they say that to make the world safe for the Jews, we need Israel. To make Israel safe, we need control over everything west of the river. To do that, we need to destroy all our enemies in the region. Like, there is a rational chain of law. When they say Israel has a right to exist, they mean we can't exist if we're staring down the barrel of 10 countries that hate us. There's a logic there. And I would say that in some sense, that's a legitimate way to think. It's a legitimate interest. But I distinguish myself as a white person, as someone from Christendom, as an American. And I'm looking to disentangle the Jewish interest from the American interest and say that, when you say it's bad to say Hitler had aura, I disagree in a sense.
I'm not saying necessarily it's
That's
bad to say that. I'm saying that you understand that, like, that is going to be something that might make a lot of people go, oh yeah, I don't want to deal with that guy.
But here's where I would push back in a sense is, as a white person, like, why is it that the Holocaust is so toxic? It's because, Jews sort of made it that way. Like, we don't look at the Holodomor the same way. We don't look at China.
I mean, this is disingenuous. I don't know what he's referring to with the whole. I really don't know. The reason why I hate that people even defend the Holocaust and that I have to explain it. The reason why the Holocaust is like this massive, like, historical trauma, historically evil thing, like unanimously, ubiquitously seen as evil. The reason why is because it happened. That's the reason why. It's because it happened. It really happened. That's the reason why it's seen as so evil. And the things that they did happen. They killed millions of people. Uniquely evil. And beyond that, they had plans, General Plan Ost. They had plans not just to end there, they had plans to go into neighboring European countries and genocide Slavs, Romanians, other Jews, to make way for a new German colony of Aryans. For Nordic, for Germanic people, that was their whole endgame. Genocide them or enslave them. So this idea that, like, the Jews made it to be uniquely evil, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. Every serious world leader who's ever existed, who did exist at that time, there's like a unanimous consensus that, like, yeah, this is like an evil of historic proportions. And Hitler believed in race ideology. He believed that Nordic and Germanic people were at the top, West Europeans right underneath them. Then you had the Mediterranean people, the Spanish, Portuguese, Greek, Italian. They were underneath the Western Europeans. And then, of course, there was Eastern Europeans like Slavs and Jews and blacks and Romanians and gypsies, and they were considered Untermensch. It was very, like, there's documents of this. This is like confirmed evidence, like historically documented. They had plans to continue their campaign if they had won World War II. They had plans to continue their campaign, their genocide, into various other European countries to reshape Europe on the basis of racial superiority. I don't know. I don't understand, like, how can that even be whitewashed? That's like, how can you call yourself a Christian and then defend Hitler? And not only that, Hitler wanted to, and people say Hitler wasn't anti-Christian. First off, Hitler tried to fundamentally change Catholicism and Catholic dogma so that it supported Hitler's vision of Christianity, where it was no longer a Semitic Jewish religion, but it was uniquely Aryan. So that's already heretical. That violates fundamental Christian principles. That's number one. Number two, Hitler sent thousands of people from the clergy, thousands of bishops. He sent thousands of those people to go die in camps. And the reason why is obvious. He saw organized religion and Christianity as a threat to the Aryan, dictatorial state. He saw Christianity and the church as a fundamental threat to state power. Hitler wanted to create a pagan, racialist society where he was the godfather, where he was the unquestioned, unimpeachable leader. Anything that threatened his power would be suppressed or would be eliminated. That included the church. So he tolerated and placated, because at that time there was most people in Germany were Christian at that time. He placated those people, he placated those groups only to serve his own interests. That's why. So even as a Christian, to defend Hitler's actions is crazy. And beyond that, the last thing I'll say, the Christian support for Hitler is bewildering to me. The last thing I'll say is, there's nothing about Hitler that can even be remotely compared to Christ as like a historical figure. Hitler was hateful. He was motivated by the belief that some humans were worthy and some humans were unworthy. This is like a fundamentally anti-Christian belief. So I'm not really sure how anybody who's a Christian can support Hitler and downplay what he did. I think that's insane.
And you know all these arguments.
I think that's a totally legitimate argument. It's something I've been saying for years too. I think that the idea that Jews have a monopoly on World War II is like insane, and or that anybody should, like prioritize past Jewish suffering over other sufferings. I mean, like, yeah, it's a horrible thing happened, but
can I just finish real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
So
I get the point. I get the point Dave and Nick are making here, where it's like, I get the point that Dave and Nick are making here, where it's like, we shouldn't have. I guess it's like, there are not certain things in life that should be unquestionable. Like what happens is, when you have somebody, a leader, a dictator, anybody who has absolute power, absolute monopoly, it usually corrupts, okay? It usually corrupts them. They usually become tyrannical. They usually use state power for their own evil agenda to fulfill their own aims, their own objectives, which is usually to prolong their own power. What happens is, when you have anything that is unimpeachable, unquestionable, has absolute power, it usually leads to corrupt, bad outcomes. And I think the same is true of historical events. Something like the Holocaust, something like Hitler, something like the Nazis, they have been so unanimously condemned and characterized in a certain way that people get uncomfortable even at the thought of questioning maybe some historical narratives. And I think that might be bad, in a general sense, just for intellectual discourse. I think that might be bad. It prevents some critical thought and some honest analysis. I don't like it when it's being packaged in a way where it's like, now we're kind of borderline defending Hitler. That kind of like rubs me the wrong way, because a lot of people do that, and I think that's the wrong approach. So we can have a balance there. It's just, it requires like, what's the word? It requires caution, I guess, and precision, okay?
When I say Hitler had aura, I'm trying to basically set a new paradigm where, it's like, as Americans and moreover as white people, it's like that doesn't have the same impact on us emotionally. Not necessarily. We only feel like that way because of movies, because of museums, because of propagandizing. And, so when I look at like Larry Fink, Bill Ackman, David and Larry Ellison, I look at them as part of a corporate entity. Like they're not individuals that happen to be Jewish. They are the Jews. They're organized. They work together. And as an American, I basically want to take power from them and give it back to Americans. And that necessarily is going to make them weaker and more vulnerable as a community. And, so when they say that's anti-Semitic, it's like, of course, everything that's taking power from them to give it to us is going to inherently like bolster the narrative that they're becoming more vulnerable. But it's a necessary part of getting power.
Yeah, and I kind of get what you're saying. Like, I used to say it like, I used to say that as long as you like, if you translate the words right, that like Hillary Clinton is telling the truth, yes. Like in a sense, like when you go like they'd be like, Hezbollah is a threat. And the truth is that Hezbollah is a threat to Israel's ability to occupy southern Lebanon.
Right.
Now, they leave that part out of it, or if they say like Iran is a threat, it's a threat to the American empire. Like it's a threat to, yes, this is, so in that sense, You know, like what Hillary Clinton had the famous one where she said, I think it was that Vladimir Putin has put his troops right up on NATO's doorstep.
Yeah.
Then it just shows you like the mentality, but like
Yes.
she's not lying in a way, right? So I would say this is how I look at it. I think that in the same sense that right-wing Christians in America were convinced that it was in their interest to go overthrow Saddam Hussein because, you know, he was going to give the nukes he didn't have off to the terrorists who weren't friends with him or whatever the line exactly was. I think a very similar dynamics going on with Jews and Israelis. I think that there really, if you look at the position Israel was in, say 3 years and a day ago, they have by far the most sophisticated, most advanced military in the Middle East. They have the support of all the most powerful governments in the world. They have a bunch of atomic weapons. They're in a pretty good. They have now engendered so much hatred around the world that they're probably in the most vulnerable spot they've ever been. They've done it to themselves. So I think in a very similar sense, it's really actually not in Jewish interest, and I think that's kind of bearing out right now across the culture. Like this was terror. This is the worst thing you could do if you cared about like protecting Jews or not stoking up hatred against them.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Zionism, in many regards, maybe it was in the interest of the Israelis, but for global Jewry, kind of counterproductive, especially this militant version of it where they're like openly rationalizing ethnically cleansing another group of people.
And so I look at it more like even when and
it kind of confirms, I guess, or plays into many of the conspiracy theories about Jews. So that's another element of it.
Guys like Bill Ackman or George Soros or people like that. But yeah, you're pointing to people who are in the club. I mean, George Soros is essentially a wing of the CIA. I was literally just the other day, because I was looking up when I was doing an episode on General Wesley Clark in response to the latest hit piece on me from the Free Press today, or preceding it, I guess. And I was like, I gotta like look up Sudan. You know, like that's the one country on this list that I just haven't read enough about. Like I've read a little bit about it, but not nearly enough. Which is for people like me and you who read books. Which, by the way, does put you in the top 1% of political commentators
Right.
already.
No
But the thing is, you're just always behind. You know, like there's just always 10 books you're supposed to read that you haven't read yet. And you're like, God damn it, you're so aware of what you don't know, you know? And then someone who knows absolutely nothing is like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're like, I know I don't know what I'm talking about. I know, but you know nothing of what you're talking about. But anyway, so I was like, I literally just Googled it. I was like, so what? I know that they broke off, like, and I didn't even know who was involved in it. I know the southern part of Sudan broke off and there was a civil war there. It was like, let me have something like southern. So I just like literally Google Sudan, secession, civil war, something like that. And like the first thing Google gives me is like the George Soros Open Society, why Southern Sudan needs their independence. And you're like, oh, okay, here we go. But if you really, when you look at it, right, and this is true in the Israel lobby itself, it's not all Jews. It is overwhelming large amount of Jews. And like the neoconservatives were like 80% Jewish. I think that, you know, there were Catholics and even some Protestants in there. But even the neoconservatives, right, like they were essentially all of George W. Bush's men. You know, like he had Jews all throughout his administration. They were all neoconservatives. But like the boss was George W. Bush. Dick Cheney, I think, really was the boss. Rumsfeld, Condi Rice, Colin Powell. These are all non-Jews. It seems much more to me that there's a big club. There's a lot of Jews in there, and there's non-Jews in there as well, and that they are screwing everybody over. And it just seems to me to be more accurate and precise, and not carry any of the baggage that makes people think like you just, you know, are animated by racial hatred. And it's just more precise to just be like, no, it's these guys, it's this network of people. And even when you're looking at like, you know, something like it's. You know, it's difficult, and we are all guilty of this at some point, of like assuming the conclusion, of starting the argument with the end result that we have. So even when you look at like, okay, well, this Jew is pursuing this strategy, or this one is pursuing this strategy, the overwhelming majority of Jews are pursuing the same strategy that most people are pursuing, which is like, I want to raise my kids. I want to have decent health care. I want to have a decent life. I want to hang out with my buddy. I don't think they're pursuing these grand political strategies. I mean, no more so than anybody is, who just like, they have their disposition to like, I'm liberal or I'm conservative or I'm this. certainly I would grant that Jews are probably less likely to go down a path of Jew hatred for obvious reasons. But I just don't. I think that it's much more like there are these group of powerful people. They are, by the way, the entire machinery, I think, is actually, I don't know if I want to say it's more based on business than ideology, but business is like a huge factor in all of this, right? Like, it's not as if the Zionists weren't able to gain so much control of the American military machine because simply they tricked everybody or something. It's because it was good for business. You know, and you can watch this. I mean, they went, all the neocons went and they made their independent relationships with the.
That's true. That's another thing Nick never brings up. He never brings that up. He only ever brings up I mean, it's because it's convenient for his narrative, obviously, but he never brings up the business side of this, which is a huge thing. Military-industrial complex. Eisenhower talked about it. Military-industrial complex, the defense contractors, you know, the private security guys, Blackwater, and all the billions of dollars they've made by doing contracts with Israel, Silicon Valley, Palantir. That's, well, he's talked about Palantir, but this is a huge component to this. The security state, the military-industrial complex. Israel is a warlike country. They are a war-making country. That's what they've always excelled in. So, you know, you kind of gotta talk about that as well, and the business side of it too. It's lucrative.
The military-industrial complex.
If it wasn't lucrative, Zionism would not be like this major driving force in America the way it is.
Look at all those Bill Kristol think tanks, and you know, who's funding that think tank? Oh, look at that, Lockheed Martin. Ain't that a coincidence?
Right.
And so in the same way that, you know, like there are, say, thinkers like John Rawls or John Maynard Keynes, who are like beloved figures in Washington. But it's not because any of them read the books or care about the argument. It's just that they prescribed more power for Washington, D.C. And so Washington, D.C. is like, you made an excellent point. You know, it's not like anyone there was like they were reading Hayek or something and then reading, you know, Rawls and going, this guy's arguments are superior. It's just good for business, man. Yeah. That's a big part of it, at least.
Well, I don't disagree at all, because that's sort of the nature of institutions. They're self-perpetuating. You know, they'll prescribe themselves bigger budgets and more missions and things. So I totally agree with that. That's the professional managerial class, what they do.
Right.
But where I would push back is saying that, you know, let's say, for example, like Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison is the second richest guy in the world. They're buying the media. Him and his son are buying TikTok. They're buying CBS. Who does he put in charge of CBS? Bari Weiss. Bari Weiss was helped by Hazony and Brett Stevens. It's like, that very clearly is a Jewish club. And they're cutting through society. And yeah, they run in other elite circles. And yeah, they have their accomplices that are not Jewish. Even, you know, look at the Trump administration. Trump brokered that deal. He's a Gentile. But he got money from Miriam Adelson. And his grandchildren are Jewish because his son-in-law is Jewish. And it's like, it's almost like that exception doesn't prove the rule. And you're right about the Vulcans, you know, Condi and Bush and all them. They're Gentiles too. But it's like, it seems that society is always being pushed by this organized minority. Because you're right, there are Rawlsian liberals that are white, and there are, you know, evangelical Christians that are white that are neocons. But it just seems like the Jews because by definition, they're organized in a way that nobody else is. Like Bush is not organized as a white guy or even very much as a Christian. But you do have like a World Zionist Congress. You do have a World Jewish Congress. You have the, you know, Conference of Major American Jewish Organizations. I don't even think people realize the extent to which Jews are organized in community centers by Chabad, in university with their fraternities, and in business, and in their localities. It's like they're extremely organized. And as far as the average Jew is concerned, yeah, they're not running the banks. I don't think your average Jew is like a spy, but I do think that your average Jew is inherently distrusting of like patriotism and nationalism. It's like Sarah Silverman said when she saw her white boyfriend put a American flagpole on her lawn, she said it reminded her of Hitler. How many Jews is that attitude prevalent? When they saw Trump, they thought the same thing. Fascism. They said it could not.
Yeah, I guess naturally as a minority, I used to have this same feeling. And if there's any white person watching this, hopefully you guys will understand where I'm coming from. as a minority, as a black person, you know, well, I'm black and Hispanic. As a black and Hispanic person, and other minorities feel this way too. When you see these big, ostentatious displays of patriotism, this, you know, grandeur, this robust, this brazen nationalism, it feels like a middle finger sometimes. It feels like this is our country. We're white. This is America. We're patriots. Fuck you. That's what it feels like. And I know many of them aren't like that. You know, it's probably not a rational assumption. It's based on like a primordial tribal survival instinct to have that like fear response when you see signs of patriotism. But I've come around and I've become a nationalist, and I've become somebody who's like, I love seeing displays of patriotism. I love seeing people support America. Like, I have a different sense of it now. And there are a lot of people who are, you know, probably white supremacist or white nationalist or white, you know, something else, who put these big American flags on their Ford F-150s, and they don't like immigrants, and they don't like black people, or they don't like black culture or whatever. There seems to be a pattern there. So our assumption is like, when we see those flags, it's like a heuristic for the kind of person who has those flags on their car. You get what I'm saying? And their political persuasions, which evokes a sense of insecurity. But I actually do think it's healthy to have people who love America, who are nationalists, who love our country. And the reason why is because it creates unity. That flag, you know, the Star Spangled Banner, you know, the 50 stars, that flag, it represents a kind of identity for us as Americans. It glues us together, regardless of whether we're a white Southern Christian or a black urban Democrat. It still bonds us. It still brings us together. And there's something important about that. And I would rather see that than go to an LA Dodgers game or an LA Rams game or an LA Galaxy game, and people are waving the Mexican flag in Los Angeles and throwing beer or spitting or booing the American national team soccer players. I think that's actually worse. In Los Angeles, it's like, this is Los Angeles, not Mexico City, not Guadalajara. Why are you supporting the Mexican team and booing the American players in an American city? That to me is actually worse. So I've come around on it quite a bit as I've come to embrace my American identity, to embrace my national identity, and feel a sense of pride in it and feel connected to it in a way that I haven't in the past. And it feels good. It feels empowering, you know? But I get why, you know, people have this kind of inherent distrust of it. That's all I'm saying. I'm providing perspective here.
Happen here. It's sort of that same attitude, and I think here is what I will concede. I think that by we I mean me. If my movement wants to have power and really put America first, it means we are going to have to sideline, by definition, Jews that put the Jewish nation first.
Yeah, well, I think and Christians too, for that matter. I mean, like,
I disagree. I think America's
well,
a Christian country.
I'm saying Christians who put Israel first.
Oh,
for that matter,
yeah,
too.
for
So
sure.
I'm saying, which there are plenty of.
Sure.
And look, it's a huge part of this, because you talk about the like kind of organization, but I think that's very true for evangelical Christians who are constantly having preachers, you know, tell them that like this is your duty, is to have this political outlook. There's tens of millions of them in the country,
Yeah.
and like, look, you can always say, well, that's the Jews manipulating them. But again, it just seems like this is presuming the conclusion. It's like,
but are we not being manipulated though in that way?
Of course. No, I'm not.
I've been streaming this for about 4 hours now. I'm getting tired. So what I'm going to do, and I'm still only 2 hours in. There's still an hour and 38 minutes to go. I'm going to pause this video once this segment ends, and then I'm going to do a part 2 tomorrow. This interview has been fascinating, by the way. I've loved every second of it and giving my commentary. But yeah, I'm going to pause this once this segment ends, and then go and react to the rest of it tomorrow and record a whole video, because I'm getting kind of tired here, and I gotta pee. I've been sitting here for hours.
Denying that, I'm just saying it's not just Jews at the top of the doing
Yeah,
the
well,
manipulation.
And I agree, but that's where I have to come in as a Christian white American and say we have to disentangle these things and say, and yeah, wake up the evangelicals and say, look, this is not, you're American, you're Christian. They are not Christian. They are not American. It is not an.
I actually don't think it's inherently bad when people prioritize their identity and what's good for people in their identity group and vote along those lines. I don't think that's inherently bad. My only concern is when they weaponize it, they create an ethnic glue, a tribal identity around their, their identity, their religious ethnic identity, racial identity, and say, we are going to be the ones who exercise power over anybody who doesn't share our identity. That's my only concern, right? People will engage with their identity. People will do things that seem like they're in service of their Christian white, identity. I get it. It makes sense rationally.
Our interest. We have to take our own side.
It can't transcend or supersede other basic moral or philosophical principles that should matter more.
That there's the perhaps because you're Christian and I'm Jewish, but
like equality.
When you're talking about evangelical Christians, although not Catholics like yourself, you go, well, we got to wake them up and make them realize that. And I feel the same way about Jews in general. It's like, we got to wake them up and be like, yo, you're not about to be Holocausted, and you don't need to support this in order to avoid one. And that's much tougher to do when everybody on Twitter is saying the Holocaust never happened, but if it did, it was good and it should happen again or something like that. So that would be that. Let's do, so I just always completely lose track of time on these things. Let's talk about Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
A little bit. Because
I'm gonna pause it there. They're talking about Charlie Kirk now. Thank you guys so much for watching this live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I will react to the rest of this tomorrow or whenever I get a chance. I don't know. Maybe I'll live stream it. Maybe I'll pre-record it. I haven't decided yet. But with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and roll out. God, we're 4 hours in. Thank you guys so much for watching. And until further ado, I am out. Peace.